but that's okay. My gym workout was phenomenal. Before I went home, I decided to stop over at my mother's house. I haven't seen my mother in 2 months. I know she's going to be very surprised to see me. I can't wait. What the? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The first thing I noticed was this person's skin. What is going on? Uncomplicated, untreated skin? Who is this guy? I had to take a step back, but then I realized it was my brother. But look at his skin. Have you guys ever seen anything like that? I had to take a closer look and figure out what was going on. Best believe I crept up on him. Peep this. I'm still looking at his skin, trying to figure out how did we get here. I could do nothing but shake my head. He could definitely use my help. I had to get to the bottom of this. He definitely needed some game about his skin. I'm just staring at it, like looking at it. Come on, bro. I knew what to do. I had to reach in my bag and get that Tiege Hanley. Uncomplicated skincare for men. Bro, this is why I'm excited to have Tiege Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. They have helped me start and maintain my skincare routine by making the entire process uncomplicated. Honestly, it's the best skincare system for guys like you and me. I recommend you start with their level 1 system, which comes with all the basics. A daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and the grime on your skin, a 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells, an AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun, and a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. My brother was so excited. My favorite part about Tiege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. Shout out to Tiege Hanley. And because Tiege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tiege Hanley for the best possible price, but they'll also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30. Feel the Tiege. Let the Tiege force be with you. Mic check, mic check.
Camera check, nigga.
What's going on, family? Y'all know about the camera. Give me a second. Go ahead and introduce the crew. Welcome to Lapeef Sundays. We have Miss Kelly Connection, Coach Balance, Jay Story to Tell, Bruiser, Campbell, and Hink in the basement. Me, myself, and Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef Sundays. How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing?
Doing good. What's going on with y'all?
Great day.
How y'all doing?
Wonderful. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to y'all too.
Happy Sunday. It's good.
What'd you say, Bianca?
Oh, I said happy Sunday to y'all too.
Oh,
My bad.
Bianca. She a new panelist.
That's gonna make sure the mic right.
Starting out early, man. Did you guys have any special plans this weekend? I know it's Sunday. You might have some planned today, but anything worth telling?
Yeah, I got me and my nephew some brand new mountain bikes. So we've been hitting the hills and the trails.
Been hitting the hills and trails. I never done that. I got a road bike. You know, I've rode in the street, but I never hit a trail, so to speak. How's that experience?
Oh, it's tough. It's a really good exercise on your legs, especially those hamstrings.
Trails are fun. I love doing those. Well, my plans for this week is to take over the world.
How you gonna do
We
that?
love that.
What's the first step?
The first step, focus.
Hey, I watched that John Jones fight last night, man. Yo,
No, but we did see Creed.
oh no.
No,
How
why
was
say
it?
no?
How was it? How was it?
No spoilers. I don't think everybody saw it.
Yeah, don't tell. Just how was it? How did you think it was?
I enjoyed it. I feel like he pulled a lot of elements from the Rocky movies because I know Sylvester Stallone used to direct them, but now Michael B. Jordan directed this one. It was his first one, so I think he did a good job.
I think
That's all I'll say.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but I can say that for the first time, well, there's a couple movies that actually had sequels that did better than the first one. Usually, it's very hard to outdo the first original movie. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta say this Creed 3 was better than all three of all the first two.
That's what's up, man.
Yeah, he did put his own spin on it. I'll say that.
Man,
Like I hated the past Creed movies, man, because I feel like Michael B. Jordan, he's almost like a face actor, man. You know, his facial expressions and his anger and everything. And I bet you the script be probably like 15 lines, be like a 2.5 hour movie, and he say 15 words. So
the way the man, no, I'm not gay, but the way the man body, the guys' bodies look, there, dude. The body of work they put in on their bodies, it's more than the face acting, bro.
Why is it always about the body for you?
It's for y'all. Trust me, y'all want to go see that.
But you always bring it up.
I always bring it up, really?
Always talk about body, surface, face, the way someone looks.
I don't think he gets that role if his body's not up to par.
I have a question for you, Bruiser. This is off topic and none of the questions on the actual show.
Goodness,
what would you do if the woman you fell in love with got into a horrible accident? Would you love her regardless of what happened to her, what she looked like, whether she was paralyzed, whether she was burned in a fire? Would you stay with her and love her? Whether she had a stroke, or is the physical that important?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with her. We're gonna figure out to still get her to the gym though.
You know what? I hate you. so if she loses one leg, you're gonna get her in the gym on that other leg?
The rest of her body gonna be heavily compensated.
Buff nubs.
I'm talking about that other leg gonna be just dazzling. Telling you, she gonna get on them unicycle, not a unicycle, but I don't know. But anyways, that y'all gotta check out the was it Chris Rock went live on Netflix with his comedy show.
Yeah, he finally answered.
I heard he went in on Will Smith, right?
He finally came out with his side to the story on how he felt about Will Smith. My God. I'm not gonna talk about it, but Lord, there's a lot of content on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just playing a clip. I thought about inserting something in, but I decided to stay away from it. I don't know how it is when it comes to these copyright things. But anybody else got something else?
Well, Jay was talking about the fight, and I'm sorry I interrupted with Creed.
Nah, you good.
Let's go back to Lapeef Sports Sunday. What happened on the fight?
Nah, he gained. It looked like he's originally like 185. He was 247 last night, yo.
Oh, that's a lot.
And it's been 3 years since he fought heavyweight. Now he the heavyweight champ, yo, just like that, back on top. Yeah, crazy.
So how does that work? They have so like there are classes. So like the lightweight or midweight can't fight a heavyweight. They have to fight within there. So there's multiple belts to win.
Absolutely.
Right,
no, you're a lightweight. You can go up to heavyweight if you want to. You ain't gonna win.
Okay. Yeah, the power is different.
A person from lightweight could come up weight if they want to fight, but a heavyweight couldn't say, "Hey, I want to fight lightweight, not be in make weight." You could do that.
Okay, because
the only person I ever seen do that was Roy Jones. I think he won the first few, and then he lost to Tarver.
Remember, now he wasn't the first one. Evander Holyfield did it. Remember, because when Evander Holyfield started fighting, he wasn't always heavyweight. He's probably like one of the top fighters who won a belt in every class he fought.
Because he had that glass head, man. He had that, he had that steel jaw.
Yeah.
He was taking them hits, man. A lot of them lightweights or light heavyweights, they can't go up and take them same hits, yo. You break your knuckles.
Because I always wonder, because some of the boxers look so tiny. I'm like, how are they winning? But they're fighting in a smaller weight class. Like the guy, what's his name? Pacquiao?
Who's on Pacquiao?
Yeah, Pacquiao. I'm sorry,
Pacquiao.
I said it wrong. But he's lightweight, right?
Yeah, he's like
Because
a
he doesn't look
middleweight.
big, but he's like a monster. He's a beast.
Yeah,
But
they
it
never.
doesn't matter as long as as long as they can make weight. You can have some guys who look really, really buff, and they just make the weight class just because of the weight.
Okay.
It would be unethical in professional sports for them to allow somebody that's 145 pounds to fight somebody that's even 205 pounds. Like that's not fair. You know what I mean? In the
Hey,
streets, you know, it
they
don't
used to
matter.
do it. They used to do it in MMA. You see, like the old MMA, if they fought, and you would see like probably damn near 50 to 100 pound weight difference.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and switch gears. I know
I know that's right.
Cameron bouncing me pretty quiet on that one. So
I was just curious. Sorry.
I don't think it's resonating with some of the women on the panel. So let's go ahead and get it cracking. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef and Sundays. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor again, Tiege Hanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. Feel the Tiege. That link is in the description. So make sure you go ahead and click it. Let's get our skincare in orders. We are. Is it officially spring yet?
I think so, because he looks like he's out the basement.
Almost.
Okay. Yeah, like I think
Up to the 21st.
Okay, 21st. I think Hank might be planting his garden, might be getting it ready.
Mm-hmm. Hank the porch, the back porch.
The porch.
I'm on the deck, baby. I'm on the screened in deck. That's how I live.
Right. You know, cigars and porches. It's gonna be a new team. Cigars and porches. All right, let's see who we got in the chat. Captain Forbes, Green Gang. I see you in the chat. Who else we got? Ed Hill. Let's see one more person. Enos, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Shout out to all the Green Gang that's in the chat. If you want
I'm in the chat.
Kelly Connection is in the chat. The panel shouldn't be in the chat, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's obvious when you guys are looking down. I don't think people are really discreet about it anymore. I just think that they just spend the whole time like this. You even see them sitting like this sometimes.
I'll get out the chat.
Okay, so with that being said, I hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to all the Green Gang. Again, that link is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's go ahead and dive into our first topic of this early afternoon. Shout out to Kelly Connection. She the one that sent me this one. But it's how to have family meetings. Let me go ahead and play this clip.
Marriage that I know of that is struggling. If I ask them, do you have family meetings? They'll say no.
Right.
I don't even think it's 9 out of 10. I think it's 10 out of 10. If I go to them and I say, do you have consistent meetings? I'm not talking about you talk to every once in a while in passing, where you sit down with each other and consistently have family meetings. They will say, no, we're not doing that. And then the excuse is almost like, well, I can't get them to come to the meeting. Or we tried to have meetings and it didn't work. And I need somebody to hear to this, that's nothing but an excuse. And an excuse is nothing but a crutch for the uncommitted. There has to be somebody that's willing to be the hero in the home, to say, you know what, this is what we need to do. This is how we need to do it. And even if I got to do it all by myself and drag you there, you know, I guess you can't have a meeting by yourself, but you can set it all up and be the one that initiates it and the one that makes everybody accountable.
And do it with a smile. Look, baby, I set everything up. All I need you to do is come.
Yeah. And usually you're not married to a bozo. Usually that person will show up. If they're showing up unprepared or forgetting about it, it's probably because there's just so much happening, so much turmoil, so much drama.
Give grace.
Yeah. But these are so important. So I would encourage anybody who is watching this to set up a family meeting.
There has to be someone in the house that has to be the hero. There has to be someone in the house that has to be the hero. We're going to turn to Hero chapter 18, verses 1 through 2. No, y'all not with it? Okay. Anyway, how to have a family meeting. Okay, that one's, I thought that one out. I see you guys didn't resonate with me on that one, but how to have family meetings. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with you first, Jay. What are your thoughts about that clip?
Now, do you think are they specifying in the household specifically or just like family in general?
It sounded like it was in the house, right, Kelly Connection?
Yeah, it sounds like in the house, like because they were like you should meet almost daily is what it sounded like to me. So I don't think it would be like a outside the family, outside the home thing.
Okay. Daily, I think that's excessive, because a lot of people work different. They're going through stuff. They need time to process. You need time to observe to bring something to the table. I think day to day is almost like overkill because you're being nitpicking. Like, yeah, well, I see you left that sock in the hallway. Like, so it needs to be space in between it to give people time to operate. So, but I think it's helpful. I think it's helpful. I wish, my family would have had more of those, even though we did, but it was almost like, one person yelling at three people, you know what I'm saying? It was never, as an adult, I haven't had them.
For the first time in Lapeef-ING Sundays, I disagree with you, Jay.
So you think it should be every day?
Yes, I do, because you get inundated with everything else every day. You watch television every day. You do social media every day. You go to school every day. You go to work every day. Why can't you spend time with your family on a consistent basis and like have your plan and have your focus and come up with what direction you want the family to go in? Why can't you have those conversations every day? It doesn't have to be like hours. It could be like, you know what? Let's sit down and have like a 20-minute family meeting. I'm sure if you have multiple families, somebody has something to say. If you have 5 people, you give each person a couple minutes, there's your meeting. But at least you had a chance to come in, convene. You can go over your day, go over the plan. Why not? Everything else gets so much time. Why not the family?
Because I feel like you would want it to be something that you look forward to. And I'm assuming there are kids involved, right? So you're pulling your kids away every day to have this meeting.
From what? Their phones? The television?
I
The
mean,
computer?
whatever they're doing, kids are kids, teenagers. Think about, well, I can't say that, it's different circumstances, but I feel like it would feel like a task that kids would dread doing. However, if you set it up in a specific way, I'm not saying I still disagree with every day, but I do think that that is something that would absolutely help and keep the lines of communication open where somebody's not harboring something or holding secrets. You can have an open line of communication, but you wouldn't want to make it feel like a job, or you wouldn't want the kids to dread having it.
Yes,
Okay.
I would. I want the kids to dread it. Yes, I do. Because guess what? We spend so little time pouring into our children. If you have something inside of you and you don't take that time to pour it into your kids, when are they going to learn it? Who are they going to learn it from? There's so many children that aren't being raised these days because the parents are out doing their little YOLO life. Why not sit down with your kids on a daily basis? What is the harm in it? And who cares if they dread it? What are they busy doing? Take them away from them. Yeah, make them talk to you. Find out who they're hanging out with. Find out who their friends are. Find out what's going on at school.
I would
I
have dinner.
think
That sounds like dinner.
I was
How
gonna
many families sit together and have dinner anymore? Anybody?
I was gonna say I think that maybe now a lot of parents are trying too late to do these things and implement these things, and maybe that's why they're getting pushback from their teenagers or young adult children that still live at home. I think like you were saying, Kelly, there is an absence of parents actively in their children's lives, but again, like I said, I think it's starting. Parents are realizing it too late. And that's where you're getting the pushback or the dread for these meetings. And I also think maybe you should do them in public. Like maybe make it like a family outing. Like I wouldn't say maybe daily or weekly, but I think maybe like on a monthly basis. Family outing. And then everybody can kind of have a hey, how's everybody feeling? Emotional check in. Because I think on a daily basis, there should be some level of, communication, hey, how was your day at the end of the day? Or, even like you said, at dinner, should be implementing, sitting down at a dinner table, having like a, maybe a no phone policy at the dinner table, maybe. I think maybe that would probably go over better than, making it like a mandatory, everyday meeting in the house. And then also too, I think making it an outing would probably, encourage and entice the children to want to go to.
So I just looked it up. It says the average family, you can Google this, the average parents talk to their children 4 hours a week. So there's 168 hours in a week. So out of those 168, you get 4 hours. What are your children learning? Like, who's teaching them? Who's training them? You wonder why kids are lost.
Yeah, I think it's not enough women at home either, too, though. I think that's a big issue in our society. Is like, the norm now is, 2 incomes and, 2 parents, both parents working if you are in a 2-parent household. And I personally think that, it's different from everybody else, but I think that the woman should be at home at least, for those, maybe 0 to 5 years, because those are, the kids' most impressionable years. I think they should, as a woman, be home so that you can be that teacher. You can set that standard for your child so that, outside worldly things won't be taking over what you've already implemented and what you want to teach them. Because I think that's an issue too. Like you said, 4 hours is nothing in a week. So it's like, where are they getting all these other teachings from? It's coming from school, it's coming from friends, other people that you might not necessarily want to be, teaching your child. So.
All right, let me get a few other people involved. I'm gonna come back to you, Jay. Give me 1 second. Bruiser, what are your thoughts about it? And then we'll go to Balance the Ink.
How to have family meetings. So utilizing, that dining room dinner table accounts for meetings. And you may not be sat in the meetings, but when you come together and have supper and talk at the table, although some may think it's impolite to talk at the table, when the kids are old enough to have useful dialogue, I plan to ask them about their days, what are their goals in the coming week? What are they currently struggling with? Or is there anything you guys want to, talk about? But as of now, it's just me and mom in the meetings. Most of those meetings consist of just waking up and rolling over and saying, do you want to take the kids to Grey Wolf Lodge? Or, do you want to plan a gender reveal? Or, hey, we've got some time away from kids. Next week, would you like to go to the sex store to see if we can spice things up? Something like that.
What?
But yeah, meetings are good. I see what the brother was saying in the video, but that's a very ideal situation because a lot of these households don't have a family structure or nucleus of a family to even have a meeting. So if we can get past that part, I think meetings would be a really good conversation to have them, how to structure them, who's taking charge, who's calling the meetings and all that other stuff. But like Cameron said, a lot of women are on this single and free, lifestyle. So it's really hard to try to get to that point. So we just got to figure out a way to re-optimize our mentalities so we can start focusing on that.
I like that, Bruiser. Go ahead, Balance. What are your thoughts?
Family meetings are very necessary. I like the idea of having like the nightly dinner with your families, but I think like monthly meetings are essential. But I think also like when you want to have a debate or conversation about something, people do it at the wrong time. So they do it when somebody's watching TV, they're just have their mind on something else. So if you write down whatever you want to talk about and bring it to the family meeting, it makes the most sense because you already know this is the time we allotted just for this. So let's talk about all the issues we have at this time, at this meeting, and then we get it all out. I think it makes sense to make time for things like that. And people don't prioritize it enough in their families. And it causes fights and problems later down the line when you don't prioritize family and family meetings. So I think it's essential. And monthly, I think monthly is enough. I don't think my family would dare sit at a daily meeting. Like they would just be all just thinking about other stuff. They wouldn't be present, like fully present. Dinner, yes, we should connect at dinner every night. But as far as a meeting, I think monthly is smart. So yeah, I think every family should do it. Facts.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and chime on this. You know, never get a chance to say anything because everybody else is always talking. So.
You get a chance, you just don't want to. But I would
stops you.
I want to know what you have to say today.
Try to say something. Well, I want to start off by saying this because we often in this space talk about the community, and one of the ways that people have heard me say it starts within the household. So if you want to gain the power, the control, the structure of the Black community, you got to start within your house. So typically when you're going to go speak with somebody, whether you're seeing a doctor, counseling or something like that, a good counselor or a good person that's up in leadership would say, let's kind of assess the situation first. You know, I don't want to say come every week, every month, every day. Let's just see like where we are when it comes to the plan that we have for this household, the plan you have for yourself and so forth. So if your house is totally out of order, which most houses are, people are just unaware of it, include myself. I'm not perfect. And when it comes to communication and understanding and pointing to your children, we have gotten so far away from the old traditions that I don't think we even realize how much trouble is within our own household. So I wouldn't say let's do it every day. I would kind of have an open door policy, meaning that we're going to meet, and because we're sitting there, either we're going to sit in silence or we're going to begin to start having quality conversations. So the way you said, like the way you word it, is kind of important, especially when it comes to kids. Because kids, if you say we're going to have a meeting, they're probably not going to want to communicate with you. So if you just have something where you lead by example, maybe you start having a conversation, start telling about your day, then you'll start to try to find out more about your kid, because a lot of parents don't even know what their kids are doing. And include me. You know, sometimes your kids will confide in somebody else because they are developing a relationship with them, and that person can be toxic or that person can be healthy. It depends on what that person's motive is. And they could be curating this conversation, this relationship with them, and you have no idea of it. So I think it's important to understand your child within the household. I think you should try to plan to get back some type of structure, have a system put in place. And if y'all gonna eat dinner every day, then this is what it is. You don't ask them, you say, we're gonna eat dinner every day at the table. No, you're not going to your room. Everybody at the table. And then once everybody at the table, then you can start from there. And then you don't have to call it a meeting. It's just, you gotta just having a healthy dialogue, which most people don't do. Everybody's in their phones. I mean, think about how people communicate. Think about how adults communicate. Like nobody wants to communicate face to face anymore. Everything is always behind these electronics. If you going through something, the first people to know is typically social media. And then the person that you're in a relationship with, or it could be a family member, when they go on social media and they looking, they like, oh, I never knew. It's like something wrong with them, because they're telling the world, but they're not telling each other. So if you want to make some changes, and I need to make some changes as well. So I'm not saying I'm above the standard, but it has to start within our house. So when we have these conversations, we got to try to put things up into perspective. But that's just my thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You should definitely talk more. That was excellent.
All right. My view about this, have to have family meetings. I don't understand. Well, I don't agree with the daily meeting at all. But as far as having dinners at home with your kids, and like you said, making that unofficial meeting, yeah, I'm all for that. But every day I have a conversation with my son when I get him for practice, when I pick him up from school or wherever. So what are people doing in their car that they can't just turn the radio off for that brief time from whatever destination to the next destination and have a conversation with the kids? I don't understand that. That's an unofficial meeting with your child, an opportunity to have unofficial conversations with your kids if there's multiple kids, and just let them just talk and just hear them out, you know. But as far
Oh, we lost Tank. His signal's kind of messing up, but I'm pretty sure he'll come back. What's something else I'm doing there too is understand the power of listening, and he's one of the things that I had to learn as well. If you really can't say anything when you listen, you gotta be able to take it all in. Kind of muting. There you go. You just gotta be able to take it all in, man. It's really a challenge for somebody that likes to speak and somebody that likes to talk. To sit there and have to listen, but when you listen, you really have to retain like what it is that they're saying, and then you, in order to properly engage, and got to give credit to Kelly on this one. In order to properly engage, you have to throw something back at them that's pertaining to what it is they said, not what it is that you're saying. So there's a proper way of listening that comes in both ways, with the ears and with the mouth. But go ahead, who's there, Jay?
Yeah, I think like Cameron was saying, as far as instituting that when you're young, when early on, because eventually those kids are going to turn into adults that don't know how to communicate. And you're asking a parent to communicate with a kid when they don't even have communication skills. You know what I mean? Their stuff is more actions and throwing stuff or slamming doors. You know what I mean? Like, and what I'm seeing now, like I got a lot of homeboys that have, fairly young kids. I would say between 5 and 10, and they'll be having tantrums. And one thing my homeboy always says, like, yo, use your words when they're at their angriest or whatever. He's like, what are you feeling? Use your words. He's like, daddy, use your words. Say what you're feeling. And then we can go and, take care of it. That's important, because a lot of people grow up with those same emotions and feelings, but never know how to articulate it, So it definitely starts at that age. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember being in a relationship, like, me, and it's gonna sound cliche, don't post stuff on Facebook, unless you're my wife. You're not going on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? So I was laying in bed watching, we were watching Insecure, and she was like, I seen a post pop up where she was like, you don't see me, but I'm here and I'll cut you. She was saying that to, other women, I guess, that didn't know she was in the picture. And I'm like, we laying right next to each other. Like, if you feeling some type of way, say something. When somebody hit me up like, yo, you see that post? I'm like, what? I looked at it. Why you ain't just say that? Like, why we got to go around this big circle? But some people, it's the only way they know how to communicate, yo.
Yeah.
So we asking a lot for adults that haven't been taught. So we got to make sure that we teaching younger people.
Go ahead,
I
Cameron.
will say this. Oh, did you have something to say, Cameron?
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick to JR's point about, the listening to before you speak and respond. Me personally, I have that problem. Like, I want to like instantly say something back when, we're having a conversation or anything like that, or especially if it's like a disagreement. But I was watching this podcast, and this lady was saying that you should take 7 seconds before you respond. Basically 7 seconds to take in what the person is saying, 7 seconds to actually resonate with what they're saying without thinking for a response, and then respond. So yeah, I do agree with that.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Kelly. Connection.
I was gonna say that my story, I was raised in a family with 2-parent home, my father and mother. I'm one of 5 children. We had family meetings every night. And with 5 children, you don't think we hated that in the beginning? It was like, okay, we're gonna have our family meeting. Everybody go to the living room. Everyone was like, oh, not again, every single night. But then it came to a point where we looked forward to them and we enjoyed them, and we would be ready with whatever we wanted to talk about for the day, because we knew that that time was set aside for this meeting. Of course, you want to go watch television or whatever, but my father used to call television the idiot box. He said the reason it's called a television is because it's telling you your vision. So how do you have time to be creative? How do you have time to to write, to think, to draw, to do things with your mind, to develop your mind if you're always watching someone else's vision. So he would make us sit down. We had to converse with each other. We had to talk about our future. We talked about the Bible. We talked about what was going on in our day. We talked about what we wanted to do as a family. And this is a daily thing. And yes, it was annoying at first, but then we grew to love it. It turned into a laughing, joking session. Everybody got to come together, and it was all of us, all 5 of us, we learned to love it. And now we're excellent communicators with our friends and family because we learned how to do it there. And he would always say, this is not a movie. If you're upset, you sit down and you talk about it. You need to come to a resolution. So even if we got in a fight, he would make me and my sister come sit down. He was like, I'll mediate, but you guys need to talk it out. So he forced us to be communicators, which a lot of parents don't do. They don't take that time to pour into their children. They rather let the device raise their kid. And what are they learning? From music videos, from television shows, from reality TV? That is not what you want your child to be. And if you think about you as a parent, it is your job to guide that ship. So whatever your children become, it is your fault because you either allow it to happen or you pour into them and you turn them into the person that you want them to be. So
I want to add something really quick because I think also it's important to learn your partner and their communication style as well. Like, for example, my partner is very much an introvert and doesn't really like speaking, especially if you want to just sit down in front of him and just have a conversation that's like awkward to him. So we like to, like, if you do something where you're being creative and then having a conversation, that's cool as well. I'm not talking about kids right now, but maybe that could work with children. I don't have any, but like if you have a partner that is not going to really sit and talk comfortably, do something like painting. I'm telling you, so creative, and you're just sitting there painting, and you're not focused on anything else. You're just painting in the moment, and then the conversation starts, and then you're like, "Wow, I didn't think we could have this in-depth conversation over painting." And I'm just saying something like that, something like that to get them just not like it's such a big deal, like something just light that works.
I mean,
too.
it's not a cookie cutter method, but I do
Yeah.
think everyone should communicate more. It's like we're in an age where everyone has all this connection, but no one's connecting.
I wish it was possible to bring back family reunions. I know this is more outside the family, but I think meetings were huge for like cousins, uncles, nephews, and aunties, and all that other stuff. Now, I don't know about y'all, but my family haven't had a family reunion since 1995.
I've never been to one.
Probably 97.
Yeah,
My
that's
family
something.
has one every year.
Yeah, mine's stopped, and I think that as people started transitioning, you can really see who the people that was headlining those family reunions. So,
Exactly.
I would often have this conversation with my cousins and say, "Man, hey, we had this talk. It might have been about 10 plus years ago, but I said our family's not moving the same. They're getting older. Family reunions not happening, so it's going to be up to us to carry those traditions if we want to still do it." So I blame us, and even with Cam being young, if you don't mind, Cam, you want to share your age?
I'm 23.
Right. So she's 23, and she says she's never been to one. Probably just this
I was
new
gonna.
age.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Cam.
I was gonna ask everyone, do you think to bring back, the family reunions and sort of, these big family dynamics, do you think that, we need to start pushing more of a narrative when you get married to have more children? Because I think also, if you see the numbers, there's a decline specifically in our community with birth. So, I feel like we also can't have these big family reunions if there's no families to reunion with, So do you think that, at least in Texas, there's like this bill they're trying to pass where, they give property tax cuts to married couples that have, 4 or more children at a time, and then up to 10 children, they get no property taxes at all. So do you think that, we should be pushing a narrative of like bigger families in our community?
Man, I would just say just having a family, period. Just being family oriented, period, is good. I mean, it don't got to be 10 kids. But just being married, man,
Come on.
It's like night and day versus being single. But I don't know what happened. Something is telling me to look at the laws back in 1995 to see if any laws could have, been introduced to significantly alter the family dynamics. Something is telling me that economy, laws and technology has something to do with how we connect. But it seems like there is this do not touch sign over laws and economy, and that we should only focus the blame over technology, social media to be exact. But 1995, social media wasn't prevalent. So I don't know what it could have been. I got to find out what happened. Or maybe it's just my family.
I want to say, oh, go ahead, Jay.
Nah, you were right. Like you said, 95, I can remember 97. And I think to JR's point, the people who had the traditional values, the traditional structure of family, those people got sick, they died off, and they didn't instill that, or maybe whatever you said that you got to do your research on is what was injected until that generation below them that had them like, oh, we got to worry about our house. I ain't worried about them. They a burden on us. I don't want to see this cousin. That cousin been in and out of the mental institution. This cousin on drugs. This cousin gay. This so it's like isolation, or you thinking that you better. But I remember I enjoyed it, even though I didn't really have I had one cousin that was like in my age. My sister is 11 years older than me. All the cousins were that age. So, they grew up with a bond that they still have to this day. With me, I don't really have many cousins my age. So yeah, we just lost that, man.
It's always that one song they play at a family reunion. What is it? Celebrate good time. Come on. Yeah, they didn't play that, y'all.
Absolutely.
Are you listening to that Will Smith? Summer, summer, summertime.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
water balloon fights.
Yeah, some telling me to focus in on like, okay, when the 1994 crime bill hit, what was the drop? What was the rate of decrease on family reunions? If there's anybody was taking record or statistic, I highly doubt it. But that's the only thing I can think about. Because I mean, if the male leadership was removed and those guys were the ones that was orchestrating, and planning, and if they're not there, then I could see that could be a reason. But I don't want to be like, what do they call it, victim Olympics or whatever?
Yeah, I think that just proves more so that the single women epidemic that we have. Oh, you talking? Kim?
No, you go. You got it.
No, you good.
Oh, I think that the single mother epidemic that we're in our community, shows that even more so that when the men were taken out of the home, again, with my point that I had made on another panel, being a single mother and having to, pick up a role that the father is not, or basically because the father is not there, shouldn't take away from a woman's femininity. But it seems like, you should have kept your femininity and kept the families together, and still, when the men weren't there, they should have kept that going and kept that, the sense of family and togetherness going, because as women, we are supposed to be, that glue for the family and things like that.
You might be on something, because when I did go to the family reunions, everybody had their kids. You know what I'm saying? It was couples, like, auntie, uncle, they was together, like, and it seemed like that might have been like the sword that cut everything. Just not being able to be with your woman and your kids. And that I guess it kind of like, it's probably hard to go to a family reunion to see your kids and with another man. You know what I'm saying? Like, like, can you imagine that? Like, yeah.
Hey, I got this clip I want to play that Kelly sent me. I'm going to play this clip.
This is Aaron Russo, a filmmaker and former politician. To his left is Nicholas Rockefeller of the infamous Rockefeller banking and business dynasty. After maintaining a close friendship with Nicholas Rockefeller, Aaron eventually ended the relationship, appalled by what he had learned about the Rockefellers and their ambitions.
We was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded women's lib. you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He said there were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up the family. The kids start looking at the state as the family.
All right, Miss Kelly Connections. I know you sent me that video. What were your thoughts when you saw it?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think it's funny how they want to break up the families. That was the goal. And they want to indoctrinate the kids. And then families fall right into it. And they don't want to have family meetings to indoctrinate their kids the right way. I remember my father, what you said earlier resonated with me. You said someone needs to be the hero in the home. And in my opinion, I think it's the man that sets the tone for the family. I know Cameron said the woman is the glue that holds it all together, but the man sets the tone. In my house, my father was a pastor. There was never an option not to go to church. There was never an option not to come to the meetings because that was the rule. His word was law in the household. So whatever he said goes. If you didn't want to be a part of it, you could leave. But if you were in his house, you had to abide by his rules. So that being said, there was a lot of things in school that he didn't allow us to be a part of. He would make us sign out of those like sexual education courses. He said, I don't want you to learn the world's way. I want you to be taught the way I want your mother and I to sit down and teach you what we want you to know about it. I want you to know what it says biblically about sex. So I never even got to do all those like sexual education courses in school. He always signed us out of it. There were certain books where he would bring it home. I want to see what you're reading. He wouldn't allow us to read it. He would say, give my daughter another book. I don't want her to read the book that the whole class was reading. So he was very heavily involved. He paid attention to his children. He knew when something was wrong with us. He knew when we were hanging out with different people because our personalities would shift. So he was very aware because he would talk to us every single day. So I think it's important. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Cam. I see you came off mic.
Oh yeah. So I was just gonna say, to the point on his video when he was talking about, the Rockefeller saying they wanted to, indoctrinate the children at a younger age. The taxing of, double income now, basically having women working now, that helps the government. I think that again, it's imperative that women understanding that children are indoctrinated at such an early age that we should be the ones keeping them home and teaching them at least up until, like I said, 5 years old. Because I think, then by that point, or even, I don't know, maybe even middle school, like homeschooling them. Like, I just think it's important that like at home, we're setting the standard of what we want our children, to learn and how we want them to move. Because, there's so much of worldly, factors, environmental things, friends, that can skew their view or put other information into them that they might not be keen to not listen to had they not, heard certain things from mom at home or dad at home or anything like that. But I just think a lot of this would be solved if women would stay home at least for a minimum of 0 to 5 years so that, children can, again, be at home and not worry about, other outside forces coming into what you're trying to teach them.
All right. Brother Hink, did you want to go ahead and chime in? We're going to be transitioning shortly, but I know you got cut out.
Well, I know I assume we still talk about this family meeting thing, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't understand why. As far as having an official family meeting every day with the whole family and all, I probably wouldn't do that. Now, it wouldn't be a called official family, but we're having an unofficial meeting. They wouldn't realize it's a meeting. We just have a conversation. As far as something like an official family meeting, I would do it quarterly. That's what I would do as far as my household as an official family meeting, so we can have um, a layout on what we're trying to do and whatever, depending on the season, like getting ready for the transition to the summertime. What's the plan for as far as the family vacation? As far as for the holidays, what's our plan and where we plan on going or what we plan on doing? Um, Come around tax time every year, I'm stuck with paying taxes, so definitely gonna have a family meeting so we'll know our financial structure on how we're gonna handle that and what's the plan for that. So I would definitely have an official family meeting quarterly. And as far as individual meeting, I only have one child in my house. There's a kid left, and that's my son. But I meet with him every day. Every day when I pick him up from school, we meet and talk. We have that conversation after practice. We talk about how school was, and definitely do those unofficial things every day. I mean, I tell him put his phone down. You don't need to be on your phone. And turn the radio off, and we just gonna talk and just have that unofficial meeting. That to me, why not have those times like that? Have your meetings like use that time to have your meeting where you don't have a lot of distractions. Because once they get home, unfortunately it's gonna be hard to peel them away from, like you said, the TV, the phones, or whatever else is going on. I want to have them, right where I got them from, like school. I want to know how school was, how it went, how was practice. What did you work on school? What did you learn today at school? And every day he has to tell me something different. For about a week he try to play that shit with me. Oh, I learned about this math test, this math. Come on, man. We're not gonna keep talking about the same subject. We're gonna switch it up. You learn more than just math. So every day you just got to take advantage of that opportunity you have with your kids, especially on the car rides home and everything like that. In my opinion.
I got you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and transition. If you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef and Sundays. Make sure you hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor again, Tiege Hanley. Let me go ahead and get to these super chats. Enos Luby 199 also member says, "Balance, you hungry? I'm going to see Creed tomorrow." Uh-oh. Marcus Evans $2 says, "Great points on family meeting, everyone." Marcus Evans says, "What up, my good people?" Carl Oakley $5 says, "Marriage meetings for lasting love, 30 minutes a week to the relationship you've always wanted," by Marcia Berger. It's a great book to facilitate this action. Embrace the Grace $10 says, "First you have to implement God, then you have to have a husband and wife, then you have to cook a meal. You talk over dinner every day. It's too redundant." Michael Richardson $5 says, "Remember, people, family is family, but friends is family also, especially if lifelong friends." What's that? Ibra Gad became a member. Welcome to Green Gang. Marcus Evans $5 again says, "Family reunions create unity, bond, and power." I want to just say thank you to everyone that has donated to the channel so far. Appreciate all the super chats. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. That's all we ask for. The likes are free, people. So take this moment right now. Let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. This one is about Whoopi Goldberg. I saw that little clip. Goldberg. Go ahead and play it.
With all your husbands?
No.
Any of them?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's an amazing thing to say, isn't it?
But it's the truth.
Yeah, it's still amazing.
Oh, well, all right.
You walked up at... Did you have church weddings?
No. Let me see. I think there's a Vegas, and maybe one was a church, and one was a house wedding.
Why did you do it if you weren't in love with them?
Because I wanted to feel normal. And it seemed to me that if I was married, I'd have a much more normal life. But clearly that's not the case. That's not a good reason to get married. You have to actually want a life with someone through ups and downs. And I just discovered that wasn't for me.
How many times have you been in love?
Once.
Who with?
A man.
Go on.
I've gone as far as I'm going.
Can I chuck a name in?
You could chuck a name.
Ted?
You asking me if I was in love with Ted? Is that the man I'm talking about?
Yes.
No.
Really? Mm-hmm. Would we know who the person is?
No, and that's the beauty.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes, I know.
This is bombshell time.
Well, it's not a real bombshell, but I snuck a couple in on y'all and
You did?
nobody knew.
Do you wish you'd married that person?
No.
Why?
Because what I know now is I don't want to live with I don't want to live with anyone.
Yeah, but you tried with the wrong guys.
No, I think I tried it with probably the right guys for other people. But it wasn't them, it was me. Because I actually like living on my own. I like being able to go up and down my stairs, farting like a queen, and not having to explain. I like being able to smoke all over my house and not have someone go, you know, I like my privacy. I like it.
Well, everybody's eating when the clip is playing. Let's go ahead and dive into it, family. I know there's a video just came out this morning. Whoopi Goldberg says she wasn't in love with any of the men she married. Go ahead and start off with you first, Bruce. What are your thoughts about that? You saw that clip, Bruce? You there?
Talking about me, right?
The guy at the bottom right hand of the screen.
Oh, shoot. She it's sad, man. A lot of women are doing that. A lot of women are associating, basically saying normal is associated. It's associated with not having ups and downs. You're going to go through life with ups and downs. And she just, her level of sacrifice and selflessness is not up to par with having a companionship, a marriage. And I have to say I really think it's really nowadays, marriage is starting to be more fitting for family and having kids. And if you're not having kids, then there's no point to get in it, because the way the woman's mind work is happiness have to be at the forefront and all these other things that really don't have anything to do with, you know, the driving force of having a family and accomplishing things, you know what I'm saying, as a generation moving forward for your children. So it's just out of order now. And when you hear people like Whoopi Goldberg with her influence saying things like this, it's just a matter of time before younger women are gonna hear this and adopt these same ideology or principles, and then try to go out in the world and portray this. And then you wonder why we stuck. We don't have any family reunions and we don't have any these things. Look at who are the icons, you know, of this generation. Look at the women that these young girls are looking up to.
I actually don't see a problem with what she said. I mean, you said it's because of ups and downs and women's happiness at the forefront.
No, well, when you got women that aren't a part of our race, specifically for Black women. You got women that's white and outside of the race, doctors writing articles saying that singlehood is the way to go. You know, it's less stressful, it's less harmful, and all this other stuff. And you can have a fruitful life, purposeful, it's freeing, you know, and that actually, it destroys the nuclear family, the mentality of actually wanting to be in a nuclear family. Because now you're shaping these women's minds and say, hey, look, you don't need to. I think, what's the girl name from Carisha, Please?
Young Miami.
I think Young Miami just made a crazy post saying that she don't want to be married because men aren't faithful and all this other stuff. Like this whole
No,
myth.
that's not why I didn't have a problem with what she said. I don't think marriage is for everyone. Everyone was not put on the planet to get married. That's not everyone's purpose in life. Some people are meant to get married.
Why do you think that?
It's a biblical principle. I can pull up the scripture for you, but everyone is not.
The first two people on the planet that had
Adam and Eve.
any representation of a relationship was a man and a woman, right?
Adam and Eve, yes, and they were meant to
Be fruitful and multiply.
Populate the earth, right? So the earth is populated, but everyone's not meant to get married. Everyone is meant to have a purpose. Everyone's meant to serve God, but everyone's not meant for marriage. And Whoopi Goldberg was getting married to people so she felt normal, but I don't think she should have gotten married at all. She shouldn't have had marriage and divorce. I think she should have just never gotten married. She was so adamant about looking normal that she got married 3 times to the wrong person. She should have just stayed single.
Well,
she probably wasn't meant to be married.
What do you think about women and men who want to have children? Shouldn't they get married?
Absolutely.
So,
but not everybody
we can both sit here and agree and say that if you actually want to have kids, then marriage is for you.
Absolutely. Yes.
So
she obviously wasn't meant to get married. She said it multiple times.
She had a child.
I just think she shouldn't have wasted 3 men's time marrying them when she knew that's not what she wanted from the very beginning.
But she wanted the child, though.
I don't think she wanted a child.
Her issue is she didn't love any of the men that she was with. But the thing is, you don't have to love them, because the bottom line should be ushering in your procreation, ushering into the world your seed. That should be the bottom line, and seeing them, take on your inheritance and moving forward and keeping our bloodline rolling. Creating that immortality, as I state so authentically. But people get into these situations for this feeling of emotion, and then when it don't work out, they pill out. So what are you telling women today? Oh, if you don't feel like it's for you, then just bounce. It's just I think it's just very selfish.
All right, let me get some other people. Bounce, what are your thoughts about it?
You know what? I think Whoopi, I'm happy she's speaking her truth. I'm happy that she's being honest. I wish she was more honest with herself earlier. I think a lot of people have a lot of peer pressure because of society, and they try to do the societal norms, even you, Bruiser. And, they get married early, and then they decide, you know what? I shouldn't have did that. Or I shouldn't have done it at this time. I was trying to do the right thing. And then we have a 50% divorce rate. So I think if more people were true to self, then we wouldn't have all of these issues. Like, you got to be real with yourself. Like, even me.
It's about the kids, though. So when you bring up my example or anything I've done, it wasn't for the kids. So that's why that's what I was telling Kelly. Everybody wants to go and have kids, right? But nobody wants to have marriage. They want to just still have kids.
Yeah,
that's why I say if you actually want to have kids, then you should be trying to get married.
Let me finish.
Because we know what it does to the community. We know what it does to people when you don't have 2 parents in the household.
I agree. But in that scenario, people, I don't think you had children until recently, right? But you still been married before.
Yeah, I got 1 kid and I got another one on the way. If I did not want to have kids, I would not be married.
I agree. That's you. And I agree that people that want to have children should wait till marriage. I think it's really irresponsible to have children and not be in that union of marriage, because that's protection for a child. And we all know that children who are raised in a 2-parent household fare better. That's the reality of it. We just don't want to take accountability because we're like, oh, I was young, I made mistakes and all that. And that happens. It does happen. But in actuality, you have to be responsible as a person. And the most responsible thing you could do is get married before you have children. I definitely agree with that. But on the other hand, I also don't believe everybody wants children. And I also don't believe that marriage is for everyone. And if you don't want children and you don't want marriage, that is perfectly okay. So and you don't have to be married.
So you make
No. We were never disagreeing, honey. You always think it's a battle.
But Whoopi was saying, oh, I didn't love any other man. That's why I don't want to get married.
She should have never
so
married.
What do you think about
that? She should have never married any of them. And I don't know what you were about to say, Jay. We probably were going to say the same thing. Maybe that child was a byproduct of her marriage. It doesn't necessarily mean that she wanted to have that child, which happens a
See,
lot.
that's an excuse that women try to use. They open their legs and they let you nut at them and they say that's not what I wanted.
No, I mean, it's different in a marriage.
That's an accountability issue.
I think she went all the way of trying to do the social norm thing. She went all the way. She had the husband, she had the kid, and then she realized, hey,
but this notion that I'm married and I'm having sex with my husband unprotected, and I didn't want to have. There's nobody on this panel that can convince me that that's a justified excuse.
I think I'm not here to judge Whoopi or say, or judge her situation. I think she did what society told her to do, which was to have a family, and that's what she did. And later she regretted it. She probably didn't want children or marriage. I don't know, because she didn't specify in this.
So you're saying that society told her to do this?
No, I'm saying that she felt pressured by society, which is what she said.
She said she felt. I thought she thought it was just normal. I didn't hear her say she felt pressured by society.
Societal norms are very.
You said societal norms.
Honey, how would you describe it?
because before there was a society, we were still marrying and procreating. So to say that up until societal norms, that's what created the whole notion of being married and having kids.
No,
We've
it's always been tradition.
Married and having kids before we even had the United States.
That was always our tradition, right? Absolutely. But not everybody in our tribes were married and had children either. If you want to take it further back.
Good, but the whole point was to have kids. It's to have kids and have your kids can look up and say, that is my mother and that is my father. But now today, what's happening? That is my mother. But they can't point to the other person because in a lot of these cases, they don't even know who their father is.
So do you think that it would have been better for her to stay single?
No, she wanted to have a child. So she should have gotten married.
She's saying now that she never wanted to get married. So
you
think it would have been better for her to stay single and not get married versus having 3 husbands and having children?
She wanted to have a child, so she did.
I'm saying, what do you think is better? What do you think is better for her to have just stayed single and be like, you know what, this is not what I want. I'm just going to be single for the rest of my life.
I think what she did was the right thing. I think what she did was the right thing. She had a child in her marriage. That was the right way to do it. Because whenever you have a marriage and you have children in a marriage, it's undeniable. There's no denying that is my mother and that is my father. Well, if there's no adultery or infidelity going on inside. But for the most cases, when you are married, you can point to your mother and your father. When you're not married and you're out here and you're just having sex with anybody, having kids, you can only point to your mother. The only way you can point to your father is a DNA test. And we're lucky to have that because we have the technology now. So that is why it's so strong to have a marriage. Because it's undeniable.
No one's negating that point. It's the fact that she should have never gotten married to begin with versus having a child and 3 husbands.
So basically what you're saying is if she had
should have
not
stayed
gotten
single
married, if
for
she
the
had
rest of
not
her
gotten
life.
married, she would have never had a child. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Kelly, I think you need to define. Like when you say single, you mean single, not like no marriage,
no babies, no husbands.
Oh, okay, so when you say no babies, then that's different. When you say no babies, then that's different. I can relate to that. If she's not having any kids, then yeah, by all means, go ahead and do that. But
well, you were saying remain single, and I think it needed to be clarified what single was to you.
No babies, no husbands. She should have just lived her best life by herself and not affected any other human beings in the process.
But is that realistic right now today? Is that what's going? Oh, I'm gonna stay single and not have kids. Is that what's happening?
Do you think having 3 husbands is realistic?
That's what's happening.
If she was gonna do it, she should have gotten married, had her baby with her first husband, and stayed married to that man until she died. Now she has 3 divorces and a child with the 2 parents still not together. That is destroying 4 lives now versus her just being single and living her best life. I think people like her should have never gotten married, should have never had children, because that's not what she wanted. That is what I'm saying.
All I'm
Sorry
saying
if it
is,
wasn't clear.
all I'm saying is, I could agree with you if you said stay single. And if the stats and realistically everything shows in representation that women who stay single aren't having kids. If that was the case and I could see that, then I would say, yeah, that makes sense. But I know that these women out here are not moving like that, where they have control over their vaginas.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of people. They don't have control over their members.
So you're making
Ladies
my
and
point.
men.
So now that you know that women don't really have the capacity to even have control over their vagina,
Neither do men.
why in the hell is single even anything that you should even advocate for?
Well, like I said, it is a scripture. Paul, who wrote most of the New Testament, said, I wish all men were like me, saying he was celibate. And he said, marriage and children distract from serving Christ. But since most people cannot be like me, go ahead and get married so you can have sex and not be sinning. But a lot of people cannot give up sex just to serve Christ. So singleness is actually better for your purpose. But most people are not willing to make that sacrifice.
I agree. A lot of people not willing to make that sacrifice. They still want kids and they don't want to have marriage. But I honestly feel like the data and the way we're going, the trajectory, the way we're going is saying, hey, look, you could still have kids. You don't need to be married to no man. You don't need to submit to no man. Just remove man, period. Have all the kids you want. Be single and be purposeful and free.
That's not the narrative I'm saying. I'm saying
it's not what we're saying, but this is the reality.
Don't get married if you're not going to be responsible for the children you produce and the man you decide to marry. Because when you get married, you are now responsible for supporting your husband. And you can drag a man down if you do not properly support him. You can affect his life in a negative or a positive way. So if you're not going to be 100% in, you should never get in to begin with. If you're not going to be a great mother to your children, you shouldn't have children. That's what I'm saying. So she obviously didn't want that. She said, I like being single. I like to fart and whatever. Then you should have just stayed single instead of interrupting 4 people's lives. You have children. I don't know how many kids she has.
She got one child. She got one daughter.
And 3 ex-husbands. Stay single.
Okay. I'll let somebody else go. I've been rambling too much.
Yeah, let's get some people involved in here.
I just wanted to add to everyone's point and like to the video, to Kelly's point, I do agree that I don't believe that every woman and man qualifies to be a husband or a wife. I think that it is a badge of honor, and in that being a badge of honor, everyone can't have it. Everyone can't get it. If it's that special, it can't be accessible to everyone, and everyone can't qualify and bring the things to the table that need to be brought to the table to be, a good spouse. So I do agree with that point that everybody should not be married. I also do believe that children should be the reason and main foundation for a couple deciding to get married, because there's really no point, in my opinion, if you don't want children to get married, because that's the whole purpose, is to procreate. But I think women like Whoopi and women her age are pushing this narrative to women my age in their 20s that, again, like Bruiser was saying, it's Lisa Ray and her friends have their show, and they always speak about, there's no good men, there's, there's just no options available. But, some of them have children, and, one would have to ask, is like, okay, well, these men were good enough to have children with, but they weren't good enough to get married to, So I just think older women are pushing this narrative, not because they don't want to get married, but because they could not secure marriage from a man. So I think, it's a difference between not wanting marriage and not being able to obtain marriage. And I think that's what most of these 40 plus, 50 plus, celebrity, Taraji P. Henson's, they're pushing this narrative that they're happy because you have no choice but to be happy now. But I don't think it's genuine. Of course, if you asked them 20 years ago if they felt this way, I doubt they would say these things, because they were, some of these women were some of the most sought after Black women in the entertainment industry, and they're now 50 plus saying, there's no good men, or, all these things. But it's like, you weren't saying that a couple of years ago when, you were benefiting from whatever privilege or whatever things, was happening. So I just think it's pushing a bad narrative to younger women, you know.
All right.
The purpose of marriage is not to have children. That's not the purpose. There's a book.
Do you not think
Miles
that should
Monroe.
be like a main factor though? Because I thought we just said you shouldn't get married unless you want children. So why would
That's what
children
Bruiser said, and no one agreed with him. There's a book by Miles Monroe. Everyone should probably read it if you're thinking about getting married. It's called The Purpose and Power of Love and Marriage. That's not the primary purpose. Children are not. If you're going to have children, yes, you should be married, but that's not the primary purpose for marriage.
If you should be, then I think we should make that the primary purpose. Like that's setting the foundation, having marriage and then children.
So if you're going to have sex, then you should be married. It is not for children. It is to not sin sexually, because most people cannot, again, control their penis and their vagina. So they should be married to do that. Yes, that produces children, but the primary purpose for marriage is not to have kids.
Right, but everyone's not a Christian, so to follow the premarital sex rule doesn't apply to everyone if you don't believe in religion.
So no children would exist, right, if they were not having premarital sex, right? No children outside of marriage would exist if people were not having sex. So it's like a double-sided coin. You got to decide which one you want to do. You either got to follow the rules or don't follow them. If you don't want children outside of marriage, you shouldn't be having sex outside of marriage, Christian or not. I'm done.
I love to hear what Jay got to say. Like, you've been too quiet, and I really want to hear what you got to say. Like, come on, man.
No, I think with Whoopi, there's a difference. I mean, I don't think Whoopi was pushing a narrative. I think she was just speaking her truth in relation to realizing that she should not have been married. She should have never been married. So I don't think she has an agenda that she's pushing. And Whoopi has always been, she's had a lot of trauma early in her life.
We all saw Color Purple.
I mean, realistically, that, a portion of that could have been her life story. That shit could have been her autobiography. You know what I mean? Based on how she came up. So she was trying to fit in a place where she didn't belong. She in the midst of that, you definitely burn some buildings down in the midst of trying to find out, where your home is. So I don't necessarily think now Lisa Ray and them, that's a difference. I think that they're pushing an agenda because they trying to just die on the lie. That's how I feel about Lisa Ray and them. You know what I mean? I call them like the Mount Rushmore of Sally's Beauty Supply. And I feel that they just gonna fall on the sword deal. They're not gonna talk to these young chicks realistically and correct them on what they made. Vivica Fox, like you said, was one of the most sought after people who dealt with 50 Cent. Like, there were a bunch of mistakes in there. Like, did you really think that you and 50 were going to get married and have kids and have a long lasting? Like, nah, that's not the case.
Exactly.
You chose that dude because he was hot and he was dangerous and you liked that shit. Deep down in your soul, that's what you were attracted to. Now that you're 50 something and you sitting up and you fried as hell sitting on a panel, you're not going to be truthful. Tell these young chicks what it really is, yo. You know what I'm saying? And they don't do that. So I think there's a difference between what Whoopi was saying versus the agenda that those particular women are pushing.
Do you think it could still be pushing a bad agenda that she will openly admit that she was never in love with any of the men that she married, but still proceeded to have a child in her marriage, which means she had a child with somebody that she said she was never in love with, or even,
I mean, the main thing she said is she should have never gotten married. I think that's the main agenda, that she should have never been married, because there are plenty of women out here in marriages right now that know, why the hell am I in this? I don't really like this guy. I'm comfortable, like he's provided a lot, but I don't really like him. I don't feel no type of way from him. I don't want to have his kid.
Nope.
But I'm in this because everybody else likes this for me.
But did she say she didn't want to have a kid?
No.
You said, did Whoopi say she did not want to have the kid? She didn't specify that. She didn't specify that. In that particular clip, it didn't sound like she specified that. But,
you got to be able to see what the narrative is, man. You got to see the skeleton of this whole. Make as much money as you can to eliminate the need for men so that you can financially afford to fund your own lifestyle and happiness. And when you want kids, have them with the best male portraying the best genes. If all else fails, the state will help you provide for the kids. But by any means necessary, eliminate the need for the men. When you do this, consumerism is up because women who are single make owners rich. They make prison wardens rich. They create retirement funds for the judges and family court prosecutors and police pensions. Therapists will have a salary. We can go on. You got to be able to look at the skeleton of this whole thing on how this mentality, it creates a domino effect that affect other things down the line. That your happiness and your need for love is just all a path to destruction.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that was the agenda that Whoopi was pushing in that scenario. You know, while other people can take what they take from it, you know, us as individuals, we could watch the same thing and pull different things from it. I don't think that was her agenda. Of course, there are women that fall in that category. Of course, there are women that may pull that from what she said. You know what I mean? But in reality, Whoopi was making more money than Ted Danson when they were together. You know what I mean? She wasn't shooting up. She was shooting across or shooting down. You know what I mean? So that wasn't her situation.
Why did she say that?
You said, why didn't she? Oh, why did she word it? How she worded it?
Why didn't she say that hypergamy is more suitable for her happiness? And the fact that she was the only male suitors that was the only males or only guys that she was interested in or interested in her were guys that were beneath her or as far as earnings.
I mean, she mentioned a dude, you know, he asked about Ted Danson. She mentioned a dude who has no name. I mean, I don't know if that, do you think that particular person they were talking about, do you think that was somebody that was beneath her?
She said we wouldn't know him.
We wouldn't know.
He was probably some nobody that gave her some good dick and she fell in love.
You think? I don't think Whoopi's getting good dick. Yeah, I'm just being honest with you. I think somebody.
But she said that one dude was the only dude she ever loved. So that's why I think, you know, if he's a no, she said we wouldn't know him, meaning, you know, the world wouldn't know him. So this would have to be a regular dude that she fell in love with and got dick down, but she didn't want to commit to him because she said she didn't want marriage.
No, I think she loved them because they were probably compatible. Somebody that she could sit around, smoke cigarettes, and fart with, and they were on the same page. I'll be honest with you. You know, Whoopi ain't the type of person out here like, yo, this nigga gotta blow my back out. I never took her as that type of person. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's just my observation.
And she even said she wouldn't have married him anyway. So she just doesn't feel like marriage is for her. And that's okay.
Right, but how many times does it take you to get married to realize marriage isn't for you? Because she did it 3 times.
3 times. That's how much it takes.
I think Whoopi was just a selfish ass woman. She's the typical woman though. Whoopi's a typical woman. That's you got a lot of women like that. They prefer not even to get married, not just to get married, to have kids. They don't want to get married at all. Like you said, they prefer a sperm donor, most ladies now in 2023. They don't want to get married. They just want the whole give me a baby and then you go about your business. That's the mindset of a lot of these ladies now. So she's speaking for the modern day woman. A lot of them other women, like you said, Vivica Fox, Lisa Ray, they're all speaking for the modern day women. They talk like that because that's what they want to hear. And these women out here can relate to it. They don't care. They don't, most of them don't want a man. Most of them don't want to be married. The kids are not. They don't want to be married. And that's fine. Don't get married. But to me, she did it 3 times. I mean, I think she's selfish. How about she never loved any of them? She's a selfish ass heifer, man. So the hell with her ass. I mean, I don't understand why these dudes just see it the first two dudes that see this. And somebody should have warned the third dude for being a victim of a whooping. But Whoopi really prefers a woman anyway. Talking about she just wanted to fit in. Come on, man. Come on, Whoopi. You need to stop this. Fit in for what? What you need to fit in? It's not abnormal to have a child without being married. It's not now. Maybe back in in the 70s and the 60s, yeah. But once the 80s and the 90s turned, it was single baby mamas out here just living their best life. In 2000, they doing it all again. I mean, in 2023, oh man, they prefer that. So live it like it is. Whoopi. Get your wife and move out there to Florida and be another golden girl.
I agree with you 100%. I think as a 23-year-old, I bring a different point of view because, again, I'm 23, so most of my social media is of other 20-year-olds, and up. And what I see girls my age posting is exactly what y'all are talking about. I literally have seen posts because I personally post about, wanting to be married and things like that. And it's always girls posting, I want the baby, fuck the nigga, give me the baby, I don't need the man. Like, they actually are genuinely making posts about this. And I've made posts on my own page about, how delusional it is to say you would want to make a baby with somebody but not want to see forever with that person. Like, it's a mental illness. And I think, it's a trend, but they're actually living this in real life now. Like, there are 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds with 3+ kids with multiple dudes. So it's like, they're not just at this point, it's actually turning into their real life. And that's the problem, which is why we have to speak up against it, because this is an issue.
I think that the issue comes from not having family meetings.
That ain't got nothing to do with family meetings, Kelly.
Absolutely, it does.
No,
if you had
a
father,
family meeting all day, but these women are just selfish.
How can you say family meeting, but then when you advocate against marriage?
Just let me know when I can talk. Just let me know.
Come on now, Kelly. Don't act like that.
Listen, if you had a father and a mother in the home daily training their children, and they saw their mother and their father married and happy, and you're talking to them every day, raising them up rightly, they wouldn't even, this is a thought culture for a reason. Their parents aren't teaching their children. They're learning from music videos. They're learning from television. Who is teaching them how to be a lady? Who is teaching them to be married? Who's having these conversations with them? Who's having the conversations, though?
All baby mamas didn't come from single parent households, though. That's the problem. So what about the baby mamas that are coming from 2-parent households, or the women that have had sex pre-marriage that weren't married, but again, those women that have the 2-parent households and lost their virginity? So what about that?
Right. You can have 2 parents that are not active parents. That's why I said the family meetings are important. You can have a father that is cheating on the mom and out with his mistress. That's very possible. You can have a father that's there but not home. He's not.
But I feel like that's moving the goalpost. Like, we're talking about married families.
Listen,
we're going to talk about married families.
I know you got your YouTube talking points down. I've heard whatever you say. They've said it already so many times. That's cute. But the reality is,
you don't have to be condescending to make your point.
Okay. The reality is, you can have your points, your talking points, but the reality is there is a problem with families not being together, not teaching their children. If you were 23 and your parents taught you a certain way, you would probably be able to teach other young women around you. How did you learn? Where were you taught? As a 23-year-old woman, who taught you?
Well, I didn't have 2 parents, so that's why I'm asking you as someone who had 2 parents, but you're not married yet. So I'm asking, what are we doing then? Because you're trying to say having 2 parents sets that foundation for how to do things correctly, but yes. Okay.
That's correct. I'm not married because I have very high standards because my father was a freaking superhero. But if you ask the guy that's sitting right next to me, that's probably going to happen very soon. Right? Right, baby? Okay.
So why do we always have an issue with YouTube talking points when we're talking?
Because I don't like non-thinkers. I don't like regurgitated points. People say the same thing over and over and over, and it's not a reality. It's just talking. It's like, oh,
There's
I heard somebody
nothing
say
new
this.
under the sun, though.
What's
I heard
Even
somebody say this, and now I'm going to
Yeah, one at a
repeat it.
time. One at a time. Let's
I
just
heard
have
you
a
say this, and now I'm going to repeat it. Have you taken the thought? Have you processed it through your own brain? Have you come up with your own opinion on it? Not just, oh, I
Has
heard
it
someone say, now
occurred?
I'm going to repeat it. I've heard the same statistics, the same facts, and guess what? Nobody's changing. No one's doing anything differently. You just keep talking about this stuff. Where is the change? When is the reality going to set in that these talking points aren't fixing people's lives?
Has it occurred?
You quoting the Bible is a talking point too, though.
Thank you.
And that's not fixing
No,
lives.
quoting the Bible is the thing that changes people's lives. Actually,
Everyone's not
We
a
had the
Christian.
Bible longer than YouTube.
Everyone
What has
should be.
changed?
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's the point, though. Has it occurred to you that if anybody adopt any talking points, maybe they actually looked at the context behind it and actually agreed to it? There's nothing new up under the sun.
That is
Why
true. There is
reinvent the
nothing new
wheel
under the sun.
whenever
But
you have articles and reading material? When you read a book or you go to school and you get a degree, nobody says to me, I'm a computer scientist. Nobody say, oh, those scientists talking points. Won't you use your own?
Bruiser Logic came on the show the other day and asked you where you got your points from, and you said you didn't know. It was just something you heard someone else say.
Well,
You just
when did that happen?
A couple weeks ago, he came on this show and he said you said something. You're like, where did you get that fact from? Where is it? And you're like, I don't know. I heard someone say it.
You ain't never heard me say that. I
the
want to see
great
that
thing
video.
is lives are recorded, so you could go back.
I ain't never ever said nothing about it. I ain't know where I got my
Yeah, you were like, I don't
education
need to prove the point because I'm just repeating what I heard someone else say.
Oh, somebody lied then. Anything I ever say, I always substantiate it. But let's try to get back to the point. Women don't want to get married because they know that they'll have to meet men on their standards, on their own terms. So ask yourself this question. Everything you do, how you move, when you get married, will your husband support that? I guarantee you can say 75 to 80% of the stuff that women do on a regular, their husband is not going to support that. They're going to have to modify it. They're going to have to adjust. They're going to have to meet these men on their own terms. That's why they don't want to get married.
I want to add something here because, you know, that what you just said, Bruiser, I agree with. Yes, women will have to meet the standards of these men in order to marry them. That's true. But these same men, if these same men are saying, but I'll still give you my sperm and then still give you a baby, and then they still not submitting to you, then, I mean, apparently these women rather choose that than submit to these men, but they still getting what they want. So, I mean, I think
you just said something very important. You said they still get what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it that they want?
Obviously, we were saying that these particular women, and that we're speaking about, not women in general, these particular women, if they just want the child and not to submit to the man to get it, and they don't want the marriage, they're getting it in doves.
But see, that thing that they want comes with a risk, and the consequences, it falls on the kids, right?
It falls on everybody.
But it falls. The reason why I put emphasis on the kids because they're vulnerable. They don't have any control in this situation.
Right.
Me and
that's
you,
why
anything falls on me and you, we can be held responsible. We can be held accountable because we're adults.
Mm-hmm.
But the children can't. You get what I'm saying?
I do. And that's why I think it's imperative for men.
So women put a wall right there and say, hey, look, I don't give a fuck about the kids. I want kids. I don't care if I got to take care of myself. I don't care if they go to jail.
Yes, and the men are definitely doing the same thing, unfortunately. But I think it takes two. Like two people have to stop doing it. We can't just say, oh, it's all the women that are having all these single kids. It's both parties that have to stop doing it. And if the men are saying, hey, you need to marry me before I give you my sperm, we'll have different results, right? Because we love to say, oh, yes, the women. I'm not in disagreement. A lot of women do just want the children and don't want marriage. But the men are giving it to them. They can't do that by themselves. So at the end of the day, it's still, the responsibility still falls on both.
Go ahead.
I agree that the responsibility definitely falls on both, but I think the narrative is more pushed towards women because 80%, specifically in our community, are baby mamas or single mothers, you know? So yes, that it definitely 100%, we need to tell both parties, you know, men need to have better dick discipline and not engage in premarital sex or sex with, you know, unprotected sex, things like that, because realistically, most people aren't virgins today, so we have to go to the next step of not having unprotected sex and not procreating with somebody that you're not married to. But the realistic numbers are that the women are the ones that are having more children out of wedlock than men are. And even still, it's not to say that men don't have any children out of wedlock, but most men that are baby daddies have multiple children, meaning that women are literally having sex with baby daddies that already made somebody else a baby mama. So the numbers are skewed.
That's true. But at the end of the day, if we're talking about solutions, right? If that's what these women want to do, they're actually doing what they want to do, what they want to do. If they say, I want to have a child and don't want to submit to a man in marriage to do it, they're doing that. So they're content and they're fine. They're not trying to fix this situation. So they're saying that they want to do this.
These are the YouTube talking points I'm talking about. 80% of Black women are babies mamas. Where does that come from?
I'll find it for you, but it's on blackdemographics.com. But I'll
80% of Black women in the world are baby mamas. I want to see that because I'm not finding that.
Shout out to the women that don't have standards.
Say it on YouTube. I've heard people say it on YouTube, but like, that's why I don't like regurgitate. Like, where is it coming from?
I'm sorry, it's 77.3%.
Shout out to the heifers with no standards.
77.3% of unmarried mothers, Black babies were born to 77.3% of unmarried Black mothers.
Yeah, that's
a back check because that's not.
Damn, no standards. No
and then
standards
you get the
at all.
numbers, and then you want to fact check it. So, do you really want the numbers, or do you just?
No, I'd like to. I'd like to see it. Because what I do, I don't just hear people say, like, oh, you said this. This is now law. I want to see it. I want to know. I want to research it myself. I don't just believe
family meeting heathens are having these damn babies. That's got to be what it is. These non-family meeting heathens are having all these goddamn babies.
That's right.
Fuck these family meetings, man. Fuck it.
No,
women hate statistics, and they always want to talk about that section.
I love statistics, but I like.
Hey, look here. Only meeting I worry about having is the meeting in the bedroom. That's the only meeting I worry about having. Shout out to.
I think
shout out
a
to
lot
Chad
of
for the
times,
meetings in the bedroom, baby.
a lot of times on these panels, I think we want so much to be
Jay, I'm
right.
lost, man. I'm
It's
totally
like.
lost, Jay.
I don't want to be right in my speaking points. I just want solutions for the community, right? That's what I want. That's what I want for us as a culture, as a whole. I don't care about being right on this panel.
But you got to identify the problem.
You can't.
You want solutions. You got to identify
one at a time. One at a time. We can't talk over each other. One at a time.
So I mean, we see the problem. Obviously, the single motherhood in our community is a problem. Obviously, many of the people who are doing that, they may not see it as a problem because that's what they're doing. So then what's the solution? Just keep telling them, hey, that's a problem? They're doing what they want to do. So I think the men should stop having unprotected sex with these women and getting them pregnant because the women obviously don't mind, and that's what they're doing.
But you control sex. We're not raping you.
I didn't say that, Bruce. Obviously, but that's not what I'm saying. The women are you're telling women to stop doing something they want to do.
But so you didn't identify the problem.
We got to get Jay in there. I know everybody else been talking.
Go ahead, Jay.
Get your perspective. Go ahead.
No, I think the disparity is us shooting down a lot. You know, Bruiser, you say you watched the Chris Rock thing last night, right? You remember before he went into the Will Smith stuff, you remember what he said about Beyonce? He was like, Beyonce's so beautiful that
she can get Jay-Z working at Burger King.
He was like, she's so fine that if Beyonce wasn't who she actually is, and if Beyonce worked at Burger King, she could still land a billionaire. That's how beautiful she is. Now, in reality, A billionaire should not be even dealing with nobody that works at Burger King. It's just the reality. And you have a lot of us, I've been guilty of dealing with somebody I shouldn't have been dealing with. You know what I mean? Like somebody who their only family was their child, literally. And I got a family, a good support system, a immaculate, what I consider an immaculate support system. And I'm bringing somebody, it's almost like adoption. This ain't even a relationship. I'm bringing you into a situation where there are great benefits, but on the flip side, there's no benefit for me. There's just a possible bill, you know what I mean? Or your only family literally is your child. So with the discipline conversation, we have to take that into consideration, like who are you bringing into your world? Because we don't do that enough. I mean, we get caught up in a moment, and I mean, it's easy to say that at the age that I'm at now, but younger men need to know this, there is a cost to who you bring into your world, into your circle, into your household, around your family, your mother, your father, your cousin. That's a benefit. You should look at your family as a benefit to anybody you bring into that situation. So if you bring in somebody who has nothing or is attached to nothing, I don't think any good can come from that. You have to find an equal.
So you're saying
Beyonce
a billionaire?
Huh?
So you're saying a billionaire should be with a billionaire?
Not necessarily, but a billionaire shouldn't be dating Burger King, a drive-through window.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Attach that. Because I mean, I'm sure we all drive through windows and we look, and then you go through your head, why the fuck is she in this drive-through window? There's a reason she's there. We may not want to be judgmental and say, oh, this happened, that happened. There's a reason that she's in that foggy ass drive-through window.
Yeah, it is a reason. I believe that.
And when you investigate the reason, then you'll find out why we need to leave her the fuck alone. But we get caught up in those tight little Burger King pants with that ass busting out, and we like, damn, dog, I could probably take her to Chick-fil-A. I could probably I could step her game up. Have her working at Chick-fil-A.
You thinking about that meeting in the bedroom with, ain't you?
You know what I'm saying? Like we're wired that way. Huh?
I said that on itself.
I gotta disagree with you. I got a little pushback on that. I don't think that all women that work at Burger King are predisposed to a negative background. I think if you're a 19-year-old, 20-year-old woman working at Burger King, you're probably trying to get I mean, I think there's a chance if you're trying to have some extra income to do whatever it is that you want to do. I think when you do actually take that step to investigate why she's working at Burger King, I think you'll find a plethora of reasons why she's working there. And I don't think it's solely a negative one.
Would you say that there's, if you had to,
because women use the same example as a man working minimum wage, $21 an hour, that he's not worth shit and you shouldn't date him. You should date the guy that makes six figures.
Hold on, Boots. Minimum wage is $21 an hour now?
Yep.
What state that is?
That's the average income. Well, actually, not minimum wage. I'm sorry. Excuse me. The average income of a man is $21 an hour. 40 something. I think it's 41,000 per year. A man makes. So I'm saying, like, I don't think that all women who work at these jobs are predisposed to a negative background.
But we never say all, right?
Well, I'm just saying
if you had to throw a percentage on it,
yeah.
If you had to throw a percentage on it, what would you say?
I don't know. I couldn't. I would let somebody else do that, but I never talked to a girl at work at Burger King. I've seen some beautiful women who worked at Burger King, Wendy's, whatever, but I never really delved in what was the reason behind them working there. Some of them was in school, maybe, and had a second job because the parents couldn't afford to, give them the things they needed for school, or, I don't know.
See, I'm single, so that goes through my head, as I'm picking up my smoothie or whatever, and I look, and the window's a little higher, so the butt is even with my car window. So and it cycles through my head, and I always say, okay, I wonder what this lifestyle is. I wonder, how did this person get here? and it just plays through my head, you know. And sometimes you do the investigation. You know, when I was younger and I was baited by stuff like that, I would investigate and find, oh, okay, now I see. Now I just look, I enjoy the visual, and I keep it moving.
Now, if you told me if you told me the woman that working at Burger King was 35, 40 or some shit like that, that's a whole different story. But if it's a young girl coming out of graduated from high school and actually starting to work at Burger King, she don't have any experience. She don't have any credentials to work at a better job. You know what I'm saying? And that's also a different story. But I feel like if you're a billionaire, I don't think your occupation even matters. If I'm a male billionaire, a woman's occupation don't mean nothing to me. Her degrees, her credentials, her accolades, none of that mean. I think when she's an empty vessel, when she's completely impressionable, 100% impressionable, she's more valuable than a woman who had a career for a 10 year or 10 years or 20 years at a law firm or a medical field. She's way more valuable because she's impressionable. A lot of women who climb the corporate ladder are unimpressionable, and it's really hard to reach them. They already have set in their ways, and it's harder for them to fit in your system. They're harder to deal with because they've adopted a mentality, an independent mentality. So now you got to go and train. Once she had a taste of that, it's hard to get that out of her mouth, especially when she got to meet you at your terms. So imagine having it. What is more easier to deal with? A woman who's impressionable or a woman whose cup is half full or 75% full?
A woman.
Hey, JR, what's the next question, man? I think we done wore this shit out.
Yeah, we wore it out.
God damn.
Yeah, I'm just going to end it on this, man. Everybody always go back and forth. It's just everything starts with self. If you worry about yourself, not worried about everybody else, then that's how you're able to gain as much control. I mean, man or woman. You know, men got to be selective on what they're doing. Women got to be selective on what they're doing. So if two people are being responsible, then guess what? You won't have that meeting. If one person is more responsible than the other one, then you won't have that meeting. But when you got two people that just don't give a fuck, then that's when shit happens, and then everybody start pointing the finger. Responsibility always falls on self.
But what happens when you have two people that are being responsible with each other?
What happens when two people are being responsible with each other? Then I mean, shit, it happens. Magic happens. Yes.
And that's the goal.
That's what I was gonna say. Become that responsible person first. Yes.
Well, we also got to stop pushing. Like, it's one thing about, you know, I know we always talk about religion, but not everybody is religious. It is what it is. So for those who are not, we still got a bit to reach down. You still got to have a message for them. We still got to be able to touch them with whatever we're talking about. You know, that can affect them.
You can stop talking about it, but that's usually when the world deteriorates. That's when schools went down, when they took Jesus out of schools, when they took praying out of schools. We are the most religious at point as our life is right now, and the world's still deteriorating right now. You talking about some of the most religious countries, the most believingest countries, been fighting against each other forever. People have always fought over religion. That's why most
that's
wars
what I'm
are
talking
started.
about. So why is it deteriorating it's no different.
Well, this country was founded on Christian beliefs, and then they started taking it out of school. They took it out of home.
This country was founded on a goddamn lie that the white man came over and sold the damn Indians or the native people. It wasn't founded on religion.
All right. The best solution I can give to all would be to be responsible for self. So whether you believe,
I agree with that.
You believe in it or not, if you lay down and make that baby, then guess what? And y'all didn't have no foundation, or you didn't have stood for something to tie it back into, then it's just gonna fail. So just have more control over yourselves as humans, and you'll probably yield better results.
For sure, I agree with that.
Yeah. That the whole religion conversation is gonna probably take some time. Maybe we should have one. What y'all think?
Oh, that's gonna be a long panel.
Probably have like a debate. We should probably have like a 12-hour debate.
That would be a half-a-day debate for sure. And I do not want to participate. I'm gonna sit that one out, but I will watch.
Yeah, so we can have Brother Hink to lead it.
Hey, so be it.
Yeah, we can have that talk. I mean, we can challenge some points, and I don't know, man. We can see.
And I mean, I don't know if you want me to lead it because I'm coming from a heathenist point of view.
I don't know. Hick, you might
Somebody
get
might need to pray for me.
Like you might get delivered.
I just feel like God set up the perfect way to do things, and people keep trying to figure it out, and they're wondering why they're failing. If they just did it the way that He already laid out from the very beginning, it would just be a much better world. But people want to ignore it, do it their own way, and wonder why things keep not working out. He set up a man and a wife to have children, and He's the head, then the husband, then the wife, then the kids. Like He set up the system already, and we keep trying to do it our own way and wondering why it's not working out.
But you just said earlier, marriage is not for everybody. You gotta
I'm saying that's the family structure. So if you're going to have sex, you need to be married. If you're going to have kids, you need to do it within marriage. Outside of that, you shouldn't. But most people do not abide by that. But it's principles that are set up, and if you live it the right way, you'll see the good results, whether you're a Christian or not. People who are not Christian, who still abide by the principles and the disciplines in the Bible, they still benefit from it. But who am I to talk? I'm just a girl on YouTube.
All right. As he super chat just rules, $5 also member says, whoops to Whoopi. Cameron spoke boldly well. Hand clap emoji. Whoopi Goldberg equals bad example to our women and daughters. Marcus Evans, $5 says, I believe we're beating the dead horse with this topic. Speech the Beast 499 says, Malachi 2:15 illustrates God made man and a woman one in marriage because God seeks godly offspring. I'm just saying. Dedicated to my children's future, $5 says, Sunday energy, peace sign, and respect to the panel and the chat. Luis, it's not a super chat, but he says, reporting live from vacation, coming through to pay some intentional taxes. Lisa Ray and Muffet Babies and company have been selling a lie. These Fortune 500 companies are study how to profit from SW. Marcus Evans Fowler says, Cameron's on point. Thanks for calling out the goalpost. Marcus Evans Fowler says, facts, brother bruiser. Marcus Evans again said, this type of thinking is dangerous. Marcus Evans says, for the women on the panel, should women go to jail if she can't take care of her kids? Ines Louis 499 also member says, Mrs. K, that's you, Kelly. That's not cool. No need to talk down to her. And yes, you're moving the goalposts. Mrs. K, I am a fan, but that was not very ladylike. Marcus Evans.
Mrs. K, me?
Yes, you.
Mrs.
Marcus Evans, $2 says, why is she triggered? Shout out to this big donation right here. Says, peace and blessings, JR and Lapeef family. Glad to catch another live show. So far, so good. Panel of guests, subscribe to you all. Strong. Vehement? Is that how you say that?
Vehement.
Okay. Learning some words on here. Mine's combined thoughts. Huh? I said it wrong?
Vehement.
Okay. But y'all said it was vehement. Who said it was vehement? So what's the correct? Oh, no, you just bullshit. Okay. Minds combining thoughts for solutions, advantages, our people for upliftment and power. I told y'all my vocabulary is, some of y'all use some words it's just I wasn't exposed to. I'm gonna learn today. Marcus Evans $5 says, balance, you cool and all, but you're the last one to be right. You always want to be right all the time. Stop the BS.
I don't agree with that.
In his Louis 499 member says, at
balance
B. Taylor,
is very balanced.
B. Taylor is in the chat. This is for
B.
you.
Taylor
says, how many of men in jail were raised by single mothers? Stop shifting the blame. We know the problem. Own it. Just Rules $5 also member says, bold and beautiful, balancing codes brought good balance with her input talk. Rose emoji. Me University $2 says, see, you see the girl at BK serving. That's the visual. Reality Checks 999 says, for Abby Taylor, leave in the chat.
Leave B. Taylor alone.
Let me see. Snuggle 66849 says, drop the link so we can give you people a piece of our mind. Russell Sharp, so God made us slaves. I think that might be all of them right there. Yeah. Appreciate all the super chats. If I missed any, Just let me know I missed it, and I'll try to acknowledge it. I think I got them all. Let's go
Can
ahead.
I just say something, please?
Sure, go ahead.
It just irritates me. I have to say something. People always talk about moving the goalpost and talking about single mothers are the problem. Please just tell me, how did they become single mothers? Are they like the Virgin Mary? Did they just...
They didn't require marriage.
From having sex with the same men.
They didn't require marriage. That's why they became single mothers, because they didn't require marriage.
Why didn't the men marry them? That's the question.
They didn't require it.
They didn't require
marriage.
Why didn't the men stay and be active fathers?
Again, they didn't require marriage.
You don't have to require marriage from a man.
Yes, you do.
Sorry, you don't have to require marriage.
If you require marriage, then you wouldn't be doing certain things.
At a time.
Okay, if that's your reason for the first part, I get it, right? But you don't have to require marriage from a man for him to be play an active role in their child's life. Why
you don't have to be with the woman to be active, though.
Right, but you're talking about single mothers are the problem with society, and I get that, and I don't disagree with that. But the reason you always talk about women is like, but they had these babies with someone. Where are the dads? Where are they?
That's the reason why I say, like, every situation is different. If everybody, if everybody is responsible, then that's how we're gonna grow and have stronger families. If everybody be responsible for themselves, I think it all depends on people's experience and what they see, who they're around, and they just give their perspective from that. But if everybody focus on themselves, women keep their leg closed, men have better dick discipline, then we wouldn't be there. I think the reality of the situation is we see it both ways. It all depends on the person and their experience. So I don't think nobody's wrong. But to me, if everybody just focus on themselves and what they're doing, what they're putting out there in the world, then I think we can have some better outcomes. So that's my thoughts on it.
We got it.
Well, let me say, if these women require marriage, then that's going to cut off a lot right then and there. But even if that doesn't happen, they don't get married yet, they have a child, doesn't mean a father's not involved in the child's life just because she chose not to marry the individual. I mean, I understand that being called a baby mama is a negative conversation, and it is.
It's funny how it's funny how
you got to accept, because that's what you chose to involve yourself in to be in. Because once you decide to have the baby and y'all will not marry, then that's what you're gonna have to own that title and whatever it comes with.
It's funny how when you question the two words, single and mom, the only thing women tend to want to look at is mom. You got to understand, men we're not against a woman being a mother. It's single mother. So you got to focus on the whole thing. It's about being single and then being a mother. So it's no problem. We're not trying to do away with women being mothers. We want women to be mothers to our children. We want that. That's what we want. But this notion of being single and doing it is the problem. And
I just don't like the idea of a man planting a baby and then disappearing, and then
how
the
can he
blame
disappear
gets
when
put
he has
on
a
the
marriage
mother.
contract?
If the mom had a baby and was like, you know what, I don't want anything to do with this kid, drops him off at the dad's door and chucked the deuces and was like, YOLO, are they gonna attack the dad? No, they're gonna give him accolades. We are so glad you stepped up to the plate and you took care of your child by yourself, even though the mom was on drugs and she didn't want to deal with it. It's like this stigma that's put on moms because the dad didn't want to be an active involvement. That's what I don't like. It's like it's two people that decided to make this baby, but there's all this blame being put on the mom who decided to stay and take care of the child, who decided to sacrifice and take care of the child, and the dad didn't. So that's what I don't like.
You want
Sex
active
isn't consent to
involvement.
having a child
You
either.
want active involvement when the child is born. How about advocate for active involvement before the child?
I completely agree with that. But we're talking about single moms that are already single moms. So how terrible would you talk about single dads if the kids got left with the dad and the moms decided to do their own thing?
The kids don't just get left with the mom. There's a court proceeding that happens.
Okay.
But we act like these women are innocent of not running men off.
These women. I love it.
I mean, that's how y'all acting. Like all these single baby mothers, they did the right thing, but the man, he obviously had to do something wrong. Is the reason why she's single. No, we gotta look beyond that.
Hold on, y'all. Let me go in and say this, because Kelly, if I'm being honest, when you say that, if you're not speaking it from both sides, then whoever's listening, then they're gonna think that you're just blaming the men. And I understand your point, and you wasn't. That's why I say it happens up on both sides, because you can make the argument and say, like Bruiser say, women should probably vet better. If they vet better, if they took them through a process, then maybe that wouldn't have been the outcome. But I also understand what you're saying as well, too, that there are some single women out there and the fathers don't want to be active. So if we're going to have this conversation, we got to put everything on the table, and then we got to break it down like that, because I think we get caught up so much when we hear a blame.
One-sided.
Yeah, if we hear this blame, then it comes off as though we're like, when Hink speaks, it may come off as though he's blaming women. Then all the women, people have like selective hearing. So once they hear that, then they're going to come, why you always got to talk about like the men? Same thing on the flip side. So I think when we got to put everything on the table and everything's going to be situational, because Jay may not have that same experience that you may be speaking about. Bruiser may have a different experience, but when we come up here, I just think we just have selective hearing, and we hear what we want to hear, and we be ready to fight. If we're going to focus up on the solutions, then these things happen every day. So let's break down each situation. Here's a situation. And now that we got the situation on the table, how should somebody process through this? Like, how can we come up with a solution with this? And then we move forward. So I don't necessarily think anybody's wrong on the panel. I think people just speaking from their perspectives. Hink, there are some women that act like that. Kelly, Balance, and whoever, all the women on the panel, there are women that act like that. To the men, there are men that do that shit. There are men that don't have dick discipline. They are walking away from these people. They're not acting.
JR,
go ahead.
I bet you one thing we can all agree, men and women.
What's that?
Sex is for kids, to make kids.
Sex makes kids, but it has the possibility, has the potential, depending on.
If I can jump in, I've been listening and it's been a great show so far. Hi, everybody. So sex isn't just for kids, which is why it's such a pleasurable experience. It's been proven that animals who procreate for the strict purpose of procreation don't have as many nerve endings. So it's a functional thing and not a pleasurable thing. But I did want to say this in terms of talking about solutions. I've learned to despise hearing the dick discipline conversation, because I have really sat with it. And this is why, right? When we take a look at the fact that the majority of men don't have access to sex, when we look at the fact that even though men are trying to, this is the most sexless generation that has existed since trying to tackle this. Men aren't having sex whether they want to or not, right? And so asking men who are not having sex to have dick discipline is not solving the problem that's still continuing. It's a small minority of men that are out here, creating this baby mama situation that we need to tackle. And asking them to be disciplined when they're doing what they want to and reaping the benefits that they want, I don't think is really creating a solution, because we're offering it to everybody and it isn't a one size fits all.
I don't think that it's up to us to kind of tackle. Again, it just start with ourselves, man. Everybody always want to focus on these groups and stuff like that. And I get what you're saying, but the best that I could do to this world is to focus on everything within reach, and that's in my household. If it trickles outside of there, then that's a bonus. But you can't be focusing on these groups of people, because everything's situational. Every single thing is situational, and the slightest thing can just throw that off. So you could be trying to give a solution, but it may be one variable within that issue, that problem, that you might not be able to fix it just because that one variable is off. So that's just my thoughts.
What do you do when you have similar behaviors and similar outcomes?
We can give perspectives, but I don't think we could tell anybody to do anything. We can give perspectives and what we think will work, and it's going to be up to that person to if they want to adopt it or not. And if they adopt it and it works, all they can do is test it out. We can't tell anybody to do anything. Like I think one of our best gifts that we have is information, and so it's up to us what we do with the information. We do that shit every day.
So let me say this one thing about talking points, just to nip that in the bud. I think talking points is the closest thing we have to having any structure or standard in relationships. Honestly, relationships is the only realm of conversation where having talking points has to be questioned. I mean, if you teach somebody the best ways to earn money or the best stock to invest in, there's no talking point. Nobody say, oh, that's a talking point. But when you talk about the best way to have a relationship or get married, then there's this thing about a talking point. Because we don't have any standards, that's why we got an issue. I think if we had standards on relationship and marriage in our community, then we probably would flourish. We probably have some type of understanding of what we get into when we meet each other and we started dating. But because we don't have it, we so against having any structure or standard. If you bring up a talking point that has some validity behind it, that has some type of structure or standard or some way that you could follow to actually get a good result, oh, that's a talking point. I don't want to do that. I want to do what I want to do. But every time we have this mindset that I want to do what I want to do, this don't work for me, that don't work for you. Now we all scatter out here just doing whatever the hell we want, and it's just no standard.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, like, how do we even come up with solutions if we're gonna, always throw out special cases? I feel like it's realistic to know that everybody's situation is gonna be, a little bit skewed or a little bit different from the next person. But, I don't think there's a way to even make solutions if we're just gonna continue to push this narrative that people are just gonna do what they want to do.
I'm about to shut my channel down and join Lapeef Network.
I'm not really sure how to answer that question. I know a lot of my friends, because I was raised in the church, because I am a Christian, because I have Christian values. I'm surrounded by people like that. Most of my friends or family, they're either married or they're still virgins. So like introducing all these talking points, it's new to me because I didn't even know this world existed. So yeah.
Man, I'm just gonna say, just take what you need, man, from it. Again, I came to YouTube because I was just trying to figure out how to put on alternators and plumbing. That's what I was on YouTube for. So when when I came to the space, I had no idea about the manosphere. And the people gonna tell you they're gonna put you where they want you at. People are gonna adopt it. People are gonna associate you with things. I've always said that I'm not a part of the manosphere, but the people put us there. I don't think Kevin Samuels was preaching he was part of the manosphere, but the people just put him there. So people they're gonna label you how they want to label you. This is all fun when it comes to how people label things. People get so triggered and they get caught up in these things. I'm just looking at it from the top, like just look at everybody. Just look how they responding to this. Look when people say these things like that. People, y'all just in a frenzy, just all over. It's just life, man. Y'all make life so complicated. It's either it's gonna work or it's not gonna work. If it worked for him, it may not work for you. You can't force these things on people and just think it's gonna work. Because even if they was to adopt it, who's to say that they even doing it exactly the way the person presented it to them? Like they're not you. Some people fold in pressure. So you can give some advice, and if they go there and they fumbling with it, you telling him to be confident, and then he go in there and he look like a fake confident man. She ain't gonna respect him.
I mean, to answer Cameron, my fault, Jay. I didn't know if he was done. My fault.
No, I was trying to have a mic drop moment, but you interrupted me. I was building up to it, but
my bad, man.
My mic sound like right in front of my phone, but it's okay.
My bad.
I don't have those moments, man. So you got to give me like one on Ricky type of silences right there. So it's all good now, man. I start from scratch. I build up the next one, man. I have some cornmeal on the next topic. Don't worry about it. Let's see if I can get it jiffy. Go ahead.
Nah, I think it starts like just culturally, being in school, like as a male, as a young male.
I'm about to feel like the Hurt Feelings report now, Jay.
My fault. What I picked the mic back up. Yo, you dropped it and I picked it back.
Look at Jay. Hey, Jay, I thought about it too. He got to fill out that report.
My fault, man. I didn't mean to do that.
I feel a little bit offended.
I didn't mean to do that.
You on the panel right now. I ain't even knew that.
But I mean, I think culturally, as a young male, you know, there was a point in my life, you know, I'm sure every male has experienced this just in school. You know, you talking about the Michael B. Jordan situation. They call him corny. They made him feel inferior for doing something that, you know, he had a dream. A lot of us don't have that early in life, you know, and he had it, and they saw that, and they almost tried to make him feel bad about it. Yo, tell him this is my first offense, man. This is my first offense, man.
But
Let me
Jay,
get
do
a
you
warning.
think like our community is more, I feel like, retroactive than proactive when it comes to these conversations? Like, I feel like we're always trying to, you know, fix the problem down the line instead of trying to be proactive and, you know, like I said, set the standard now. Like, you know, we should have at least, you know, in our community a standard of how we want the next generation to move. But it seems like there's not really like a clear cut, you know, line by line, this is something, you know, you should do if you want this outcome, you know?
I don't think we can begin to combat the problem until people accept that that was a problem, like something that they added to. You know, I mean, nobody's perfect. You know, people made mistakes, but you have a lot of people out here defending their mistakes, fighting, literally fighting tooth and nail because they are exactly what is wrong with our culture, you know, but they'll fight you tooth and nail to prove that they're not the reason. Something else happened. These were the circumstances. Somebody else did this. You know, nobody wants to say, okay, I made those mistakes. Maybe I should have did this. Maybe I should have did that. You know, until you had, I mean, it's like we're fighting against people who are layered with shame. You know, they have shame. Like right here, you have shame. Then you have anger. Then you have this. Then you have that. So they're protecting their shame. They're ashamed of this. You know, please believe, you know, these women out here that you watch these Instagram videos, they are ashamed of that. But they're never going to admit to that. They're going to say, well, what about these dudes? They're going to point at everything else. You know what I mean? So until and men on our end as well, you know, I got homeboys that when, you know, back in school that were tremendously irresponsible, you know what I'm saying? And now at this age we are, you know, that was about 20 years ago, they're paying for it. Like niggas is out here struggling, yo, like bald headed, you know what I'm saying? Driving 97 vehicles, you know, 97 escorts, like $115 that they're getting because all of this child support, like they struggling, you know? So a person like that would have to speak to somebody who's there at that age now and say, yo, it's real out here. Do you want to have $115 to last you 2 weeks? What house are you buying with that? What money are you saving when all that child support is coming out your check? You know what I'm saying? Like you're working to pay. So you have to, it has to first be identified and accepted and then diagnosed. And then tell them, yo, look at my check, bro. It's $115. How you gonna live like that? But a lot of people are just pointing the finger. Nobody's accepting their role in that. And then next, it's a cultural thing. When we're younger, you know, we compete about, our confidence is not built on a Michael B. Jordan situation. Where you got headshots, you about to go do a role on The Wire, or you about to go do a role Fruitville. That's what's up. No, we like, oh, what the hell you doing with headshots? Nigga, you ain't getting no ass. You know, you think because you got headshots, you about to get ass? No, I'm getting that. You know, we make men feel inferior for not even being able to attain women, conquer women. You know, that's what confidence is built on. Oh, nigga, look at your sneakers. Those ain't Jordans, nigga. Those is Jordans. You know, your Jordan, your Jumpman signal got butt cheeks. You know what I'm saying? So we make them feel inferior. Until that changes, until our confidence is, until we're building their confidence for the correct things that's going to sustain them long term, nothing's going to change. Yo.
You asked a really good question, Cameron. And it's about understanding that structure is important across the board in all aspects of life, and all organizations or anything to have order, it has to have some type of structure. The reason why we're looking at the results of it is because we don't want to embrace any standards. Black people as a whole, as a community, they want to push away any type of standard or structure because we have this psychological fear that any type of structure or any type of order relates to bondage, something that we have a traumatic issue with from the past. So introducing anything that tells us what we can and what we can do is going to have a post-traumatic effect on us. That, oh, I'm being governed again. I don't like this. Now I got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to be disobedient. Now I got to rebel. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you do in life has some type of structure and order. And it always happens when we get in front of the things because we already see the results. We already see the negative issues that lie out. What you're asking is why do we always attack the negative issues or the end result instead of getting in front of it? It's because we don't have any standards and we want to embrace it. And everything you do, a basketball team, before a basketball team goes to its game, they go and practice. They're going to learn the plays. They have strength. They introduce these points, talking points, whatever you want to call it, rules, regulations, something to go look at and say, hey, look, this is how we're going to perform. When you go in the military, we don't just go to fucking war. We go and train. We go and understand principles. We go and understand regulation, rules, manuals, and stuff like that on how to operate before we get. Because we know if we don't have these things, we can get there and people are going to die. So we have to introduce some type of structure, and that's why we say let's introduce marriage. Nobody wants to do that because then they feel controlled. These women feel like they have to be submissive and they got a form of slavery or something like that. When it's not really that the case. It's just having some order. But we enjoy being out of order and being sad. Hey, look, we can do whatever we want. It don't work for me. No, we need something that works for everybody. We need something that works for all of us. A community. We need a community. We need some type of damn order. Because what we're doing right now, this worked for me, that worked for you, and that might not work. Well, look what's happening. Look at the fruit. You get what I'm saying? It's spoiled. You know, people are out here out of control, period. And then now we want to focus on the end result and say, oh, that's because he was that. That's because he didn't put a Jimmy on. Motherfucker, let's just start in the beginning before. Let's attack the issue. You got to attack the mentality. It all starts right here in the mind, and then it's physically acted out. So you gotta start in the mind. What is your mind going into dating? What is your mentality going into dating? You know, what do you want? What are you bringing to the table? What are you looking forward to? Are you looking to have fun, or are you dating with some type of intention? Are you looking for attention or intention? You get what I'm saying? Are you looking for a lifestyle or clout? You got to have an understanding of your mind. What do you want to do? And you got to know that the decisions that you make could cause the demise of our future generation. It could cause, it's detrimental to the children that you're going to create based on the decisions you make. So it'd be mindful of you to go ahead and get some consultation or get some structure ahead before you even get out there. But nobody wants to do that because Black people are scared of any framework of structure. They want to be off of the string. They don't want to be the puppet on the strings because that gets them, like I said earlier, that post-traumatic stress.
All right, go ahead, Enos. Go to Enos, and then we'll get to the super chats and move on, y'all. Go ahead, Enos.
Thanks so much. So I just had a question because I think both Bruiser and Jay brought up some really valid points. Do you think as a community we're misutilizing shame? Because shame can be a very important motivating factor. Are we doing it in the wrong way?
Hold on, you said shading? What did you say?
Shaming.
Oh, shaming.
I don't think we shame enough.
So the reason I ask is because there is a huge difference between shaming the person and shaming behavior. So in you guys' opinion, do you feel like we're misutilizing shame? Are we doing it the wrong way?
I think we completely use movements and laws and stuff that can cover shame, that can eliminate shame, like body positivity or sexual liberation. You could be sexually promiscuous. I think the aim was to eliminate that, that where shame would have any fight here, any chance at any fight. Because now you can do things and you can be liberated in those things, and you don't have to worry about what nobody say. Nobody can say anything. So it's not a matter of the shame. Like, it's all about getting to it before we have to even use shame. So we shouldn't be using shame in the first place if we can get ahead of everything. And that's what I think Cameron was touching on with her question. Getting ahead of it before the ball start rolling.
Where did shaming come from? Like, where did that tactic come from?
I think I don't know historically, but I kind of feel like it just came from making somebody feel bad for the poor decisions they made in hopes that they would actually change those decisions. Or nobody that on the outside seeing that the decision would want to embrace it or take up those same decisions. Because now you see that, that person just got belittled or demonized or whatever, or persecuted.
So shaming was just something that if somebody did something wrong, we just shame them. Is that where it came from?
So I know in Game of Thrones, if any of y'all watch, I'm not sure, but Cersei Lannister was, a woman. She was like the king's ex-wife or whatever, and she was sleeping with her brother amongst other people, and they rode her and around the entire town ringing a bell, shame, and I'm sure, of course we're in 2023, that's not the case, but that was an example. Like, this was something that you did that was against the rules. So the entire town had to see that you broke the rules. And this is how they embarrassed you. Essentially, that's what it was, embarrassment. But Inez, to answer your question, I think we shame people now instead of the behavior, because people make themselves the poster child of a certain thing. So, if you think of promiscuous women, you have a woman that has literally made herself the poster child for this, or you think of a man that's made himself the poster child for this. So they'll attack people because, like JR was talking about boxes or not being a part of the manosphere. They have to find somewhere to put you so that they know how to treat you. So for people who become the poster child of a certain thing, they will put you in this particular box so they could deal with you how, they see fit based on that box.
Yeah, I agree with what Jay was saying to his point, to your question is, and to also answer your question, I think we need to, as a community, bring back the shaming of the behavior and not the women themselves, because I'm seeing, like what you're saying about, like what people are saying about, you have to talk to women a different way. You have to approach women a different type of way. Sometimes, I guess, for certain women to be receptive to the message. And I think that as a community, we've started to embrace single motherhood and embrace these things that aren't positive for our community, instead of, I had made a post once that was saying, we should stop saying congratulations when you see a baby mama posting a gender reveal or something, and ask her when her wedding is, because we're, congratulating these women for something that isn't supposed to be, it's nothing happy about bringing a child into this world on purpose with no father, because that's what's happening. It's on purpose, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be intentionally having children with somebody that you knew wasn't going to stick around. So I think as a community, we have to maybe go towards the behavior of it and not so much the women or the men that are making these families, or lack thereof.
All right, we got to move on so we get to the next topic. Milton M. $10 says, Miss K just got done speaking on religion, but now she doesn't understand that women giving birth out of wedlock equals single mother. Stop the cap. Lucid Major $20 says, Bible believing women hold themselves accountable for their sexuality. Virtuous women are virgins until marriage. Tay K became a member. Welcome to Green Gang. Marcus Evans $2 says, everything is always going to be on the men. Somebody else want to pronounce that? What they say? Canada.
Canada.
Okay. $5 says, shout out to @Enos. Got a fan. Ahmad. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. With the $4.99.99. Salute to you, sir. You're officially the sponsor of the show. Shout out to you.
Yay, yay.
Emmett Steele, $10 says men leave after couples split because it leaves women with too much power and decision making. Women hate to be told what to do, but are given the power to tell men what to do. Ash 1999 house member says Kelly sounds like a Christian feminist. This is why her argument sounds like sister code language. Just to be clear, you are not a single parent. If not mistaken, I could be wrong. Hink, hold it down for the real men. Interracial relationship, sex, dating, and marriage file says, having been in marriage, it's only now that I understand that women require affirmation. Affirmation? Affirmation?
Affirmation.
There we go. I said it correct. Need to be feel desired, and men. You laughing, Jay? I thought you was. I thought I seen your head going like this. Oh, okay.
No, I was saying you. It was correct.
I'll fuck with you. I'll fuck with you. And men confirmation, sexual access. I'll be fucking with y'all. Jonathan Barronville, 499 says, "Can eating ice cream not bang?" Real quick. Marcus Evans $5 says, "Most win this era don't want order and structure." Xavier Foster $5 says, "Answering questions, which it depends, usually gets you nowhere. There are hundreds of different scenarios, but there's less solutions than scenarios. Hard lessons, 189 says, lack of structure, lack of culture." Canada? $5 says, "Wow, really smitten with it. Such a realistic approach to the conversations." And Beast, the Beast 499 says, "It's over for the Black community as a whole. However, these conversations are important to help those who want positive change, peace, and prosperity." Who's that yarning loud like that? Who's that?
Oops. It was me.
The disrespect. You gotta start going to bed early.
Mm-hmm.
Start going to bed early. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm going to check on the panel. I know somebody filled out the HR hurt feelings report. Does anybody else need to fill it out? Balance, you good over there?
No, I didn't fill it out today, JR. We good. We good. Next topic. I'm excited.
I don't know what this.
It's
What is
just
this?
a show. No one.
People do this. What does that mean? What does that mean when y'all do that?
It reminds me to take my deep breaths, you know.
Okay. All right. Thought y'all was out there doing no gang sign. I thought that was a sister code.
Not today. Not today.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and move on. Man. Everybody supposed to laugh. That was a little jokey joke. Martin would say, "Little jokey joke." I said Martin. Cam, you probably know what Martin is, do you?
Are you trying to come for me?
That's a good question, though. You're 23. I'm curious.
Yeah, I know Martin. Yes.
Yeah, I mean the show is on replay, so yeah, it's syndicated.
Probably, I mean, like with me, the clarity, man. A lot of the old shows, like the clarity has improved so much, so sometimes it's hard for me to go back and watch a lot of stuff. Even older movies, man. I typically go for the newer ones because it's clear. But that's just me. So some people may not watch old stuff. I could be wrong. Hank, you good? I'm just trying to start till I get the topic up. So I don't know if y'all peeped.
I got you, baby. Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you loud and clear.
Right on.
Loud and clear.
Power to the people.
All right. Trying to see if I should get to the meat of the conversation. You guys mind if I put one more before the meat?
Yeah, you good. You good on my end, big brother.
Okay, I don't see no head nod saying yeah.
Yep.
Not everybody gonna make it, I guess, huh?
Okay, I guess everybody gonna make it. It's gonna start falling off. I just wanted to make sure if I go ahead and do it. It's a great conversation. People need it, right?
We got to give the people what they want, JR.
All right. A woman says women don't have anything a man actually wants that we can bring to the table. A woman says women don't have anything a man actually wants that we can bring to the table. I'm gonna play this clip, and she says it's on the back end. I know we typically have the conversation that she speaks about on the front end, but just kind of pay attention to the back end of it.
Marry anymore because the risk outweighs the benefits. There's a risk that comes with marriage that essentially only benefits a woman. A man marries you and can only hope that one day you don't wake up and say, I feel like I don't love you anymore and I want to leave and you can't do anything about it. According to ASA, 70 to 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Among college-educated women, it jumps to 90%. You know what's crazy? I mean, a lot of us women don't have anything a man actually wants that we can bring to the table.
Go ahead and start with Cam on this one. Who was that? Somebody said something?
Somebody's hurt feelings are going to be feeling like hurt feelings report after this one.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start with you, Cam. What are your thoughts?
I like it. I agree with her. You know, again, if we look at the numbers, like she said, you know, women do leave, and it is college educated women because usually they, you know, use that degree as their, you know, fallback plan as to why they, you know, can leave the marriage and won't need him, which is why they, you know, like to come for stay-at-home moms because they have this assumption that she doesn't have any money and she's like mind controlled. So I definitely agree with her. Again, you know, women have this idea that, you know, being college educated or having a degree negates the need for a man. And I think that it's because they're looking at it just strictly from a financial standpoint. And, you know, if you look at it more than that, men are much more than their wallet. They're so much more than, you know, the income that they can bring to you. And I think if we start honing in on more so the importance of men, that would, you know, help. Or also, too, to change the narrative to college educated women, because me, you know, I'm in medical school, so I'm going to be a doctor, but I never would, you know, use that or hang that up against, you know, my husband or anything like that, because again, this is like my own personal thing that I wanted to do for me. It has nothing to do, you know, with the income or anything like that, because, you know, I don't plan on, again, solely providing or even just, you know, just putting my career to use that as the one up on my husband, basically.
Okay. Balancing codes. What are your thoughts about
it? Wow. So this is, yeah. All right. So the best way I'm going to say this really quick, because I am cooking, but it says women don't bring anything to the table. Like, that's the same thing as you saying men don't bring anything to the table. Like, I just, it's ridiculous to me. All women aren't created equal. All men aren't created equal. We have different things that we bring to the table. I will say she also was talking about men don't benefit from marriage, or she was saying there's no benefits for men with marriage. I think that's what she said. I was kind of multitasking, but I will say the children, marriage benefits the children. I don't know how many different ways I could say that. Like, people are really weird. I don't like, marriage benefits the children, and marriage benefits the two people who desire marriage and who desire to marry each other. So it's really sad when we take a few of these bad situations and broadcast it and then say there's no point to marriage. It's no good. Like, it's really sickening, and you're gonna see this in the media. You're gonna see this on social media, because of course there's an agenda to break our families apart. I don't care what anybody else is talking about. Obviously, that's what's playing out and that's what's happening. And then you have young women like this, because of what they've seen and heard and been programmed over and over and over, coming on YouTube and other spaces, just saying regurgitated things. Like, there's no benefit. I mean, honestly, there is a benefit. and if we could say it fails for 50% of people, okay, well, 50% of people are staying successfully married and they're having families, and successful children are coming from these marriages and these families. So how are we going to sit here and say there's no benefit to marriage? It's silly. If it didn't work for you, it didn't work for you. You're not the population. You're not everyone. You're not society. So, I mean, it's sad that we keep hearing this same regurgitated nonsense over and over and over. Obviously, there is a benefit to marriage. So also, she was talking about how men don't benefit. There are men personally that I know that are still married, that have been married for a very long time, and they would beg to differ. They would beg to differ. They will definitely tell you the benefits of their marriage, the benefits of their wife, the benefits of having home cooked meals, of somebody making their doctor's appointments, somebody loving them, caring for them, rubbing their back, their feet, helping, bringing something financially to the table. Like, there are a lot of benefits to teamwork. So I think if you come together and you know how to build a marriage properly, I think there are some beautiful benefits to both parties involved. So I'm going to leave it there.
Okay. All right, Jay, what are your thoughts about it, sir?
I think women have what you have. You know what I mean? And depending on the woman that you chose, you know, she can multiply that. So, you know, to start off with, she has what you have, meaning if you have a purpose, then she is in that purpose with you. Meaning if you have nothing, then she has nothing with you. I mean, most men aren't looking at women for any financial, you know, it's like, okay, you got 50,000 in the bank, then we got, you know, most men aren't calculating women's pockets or what they actually have. You know, you want to verify how they can multiply what you have, you know. So she has what you have, and depending on how that woman was brought up, you know, determines if she's going to be able to multiply that, you know. So if you have nothing, then you're going to have 2 times of nothing.
All right. Enos, what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily hear men didn't have benefit. I heard that men take on a huge risk when they take on marriage, and that I wholeheartedly agree with. And her argument with that was that so many women get up at some point and say, I don't love you anymore, I want out. And we've seen that kind of happen over and over again as the divorce rates go up. I think that with her statement about women don't have what men actually want or bring to the table what men want, I think I see that at least on like in the dating market as well as like on these YouTube streets as well, where men are saying we want X, Y, and Z, and women are saying I bring A, B, and C to the table, right? There's a misalignment. Men are saying, you know, I want you to be feminine, I want you to be my piece, I want you to, you know, get on board with the game plan. They're saying like these are the things that men are saying we're looking for, and women are turning around and saying, well, I have my education, I'm bringing this amount of money, and it seems like it's 2 lanes instead of people kind of going along the same thing. So I think people are just missing each other and not actually hearing each other out. And I think that's a huge reason as why relationships aren't leading to marriage.
All right, I'm gonna go to Hank in the Basement, then Kelly Connections. What are your thoughts about it, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what the lady said. I mean, as far as like when ladies talk about what money they bring to the table, are you going to allow that man to have control and access to that money? You know, is that going to be one of your reasons for bragging or being boastful about it? How much money? Yet the man won't have no access to that money, won't have no say so to that money. But you going to brag about that? I care less. That's why you hear men say it all the time. Unless you give me access to that income, who cares? But as far as their risk, yeah, there's risk for men. Yet men are still willing to take these risks and still get married. Now, some people say it's not smart. Some people say, you know, you probably should have had a family meeting about this shit with your parents, saying, hey, it's not a good investment. Because if things go wrong, then what? She's gonna be entitled to damn near half of everything you got. So I can't disagree. I mean, I could definitely agree with what the young lady was saying. At the end of the day, man, I just want to I want to see black people get married. I would love to see that. That'd be the thing to do. But we know this is a new world, and they're not going off the old world, the traditional way, as we call it, the biblical way. We know they're not doing it that way. So they're going to do what they want to do. So if you're willing to sacrifice, ladies, for that man to do it, if that man asks you to, hey, you know, why don't you come back on your social media? Ladies, are y'all willing to do that? Because that's part of being in marriage is being agreeable, being cooperative, and that might be one of his requirements is to let social media go. He may be lax on the amount of makeup you use or the eyelashes and the weaves and the wig, but he said, "Maybe I just want you to cut down on social media. Are you willing on making those sacrifices? Are you willing on bringing create a one pot regimen? Would you be willing to do one pot? If we're going to we'll come together as one when we're married, so let's bring everything together. Don't say, "Don't. Well, this is my money." No, 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 no. It's our money because we won. So if ladies are not willing to do that, then why should a man even get married?
All right, Kelly Connection. What are your thoughts about it, Kelly Connection?
My first immediate thought was, it's crazy that stupid people get platforms. How many people viewed that? How many people got that message?
You asking me a question?
Yeah, how many people actually watched that? Hundreds of thousands.
Let's take a look at it.
Well, secondly, I do agree with what Ina said. That women do think that they're bringing certain things to the table, and it's not really what men are looking for. But I think the problem comes in that people do not understand the power and the purpose of each individual sex. If you actually took time to study the purpose of a man and the purpose of the woman, then you could better align. It's not in the narrative I dislike on both sides. Men are not just their money, and women are not just their bodies and their looks. So I think that narrative, that transactional narrative, gets played out a lot. But as far as what a woman brings to the table, it can be finances if that's what the man needs. Some men do need their wife to go to work. And I do agree with Hank. It should be one pot. It should be, this is our money. And sure, you can have your mad money on the side, but I do think what you bring in, we need to delegate this for the bills, and then you can have your side cash. I do think that's because that's what happens when two people become one. You're supposed to bring the money together. It's not separate. But to each his own. Everybody does their own thing. But as far as what a woman doesn't bring anything to the table, if a man was married and he had children with a woman and she decided to leave, he would have to hire 5 people to replace her. He would need a chef, a nanny, a maid, a chauffeur, and a prostitute. Or he would need to get married very quickly to replace that wife, because women do a lot. I just don't like that narrative that's always pushed. We don't bring anything to the table. You need to find out the purpose of a woman, and you need to utilize her in her purpose. That's what I have to say about that.
It's about 6. It was shared. It was the original post, and then it was shared from a blog. So about almost 7 million views.
Yeah, but Kelly, what you saying? Don't that go the same for a woman? But yet y'all the first one to sit there and say, "I don't need a man."
See, again, this is not something I'm familiar with. All the people in my lives that I'm aware of are married. My mother and father got married, and they said divorce is not an option. And JR can attest to it. He just had a chance to speak with my mother. Divorce is not option. Once we get married and we go this route, this is it. We work it out. We figure it out. We do this together. A lot of people aren't doing that. That's not the norm. I call this the age of the trial marriage. Like, oh, this one didn't work. I'll try these pair of pants on. It didn't work. Let me try these on. And like, people are now like possessions. They're not now like items. They're not human beings anymore. So relationships aren't held to that standard anymore, unfortunately. But my parents negotiated. There was no negotiating divorce. It was an option. When they got married, that was it. They were married for 38 years until my dad passed away. So that's what I know as far as marriage. And the reason I didn't get married early, because I don't want to marry the wrong person. I want to do it right. When I get married, I want it to be a one-time thing, and that's it. I want to do it for life. And I want to be that one person, just he and I, for the rest of our lives, no other person. And I don't think that's something you just do with anybody. That's special. And it's a one-time thing, in my opinion.
But you were saying that that a man would have to hire 5 people. Why would he have to hire 5 people?
Like if you had children,
Yes.
you would need someone to cook,
No, you
clean,
don't. Man
watch
could
the
cook and
kids,
clean. He can
chauffeur.
watch all those things a man can do.
I'm saying these are all the things that the
Just like that
woman does do.
just like
That
that overly independent mother could do the same thing. A man could do the same thing. There's no difference.
okay,
Now, the
but
only
these are
thing I
things that
can't
the
do
woman.
that you can do is nurse a child. I
But
couldn't
these are
nurse a
things.
child, but I could
But
feed a child.
these are things that the woman does, and if you don't have anyone there to do it, you do have to take that on as your own responsibility. Yes.
You got to do that regardless.
So I want to jump in on this because I think sometimes we conflate things because there are people who are very well off where the woman still hires other people to do that job. It's not necessarily the fact that it's a woman's work, but what it is that a woman brings to the table is that she increases his decisional capacity. He now no longer has to worry about those things. It's not that he's not capable or that he wouldn't do it if he was on his own. It's that I can now take this off of your plate so that you can expand what it is that your purpose is, what you're focused on, right? That's what a woman's role is. It isn't the domestic duties because you can offload that if you need to. And if you're able to, and most people who are able to do it, right? It's that you no longer have to worry about this person doing it. You no longer have to worry about whether the maid has been paid on time, whether she's taking the things that are in the house, whether she's doing her job properly. You don't have to worry about whether the cook that you've hired or the chef that you've hired fits the dietary restrictions or fits your health goals that you're looking for. Somebody has now taken that responsibility off of your plate and is now managing it so that you can go further in your career, that you can make more money, that you can put in those extra hours if need be. That's somebody who is taking care of your kids when you are not there and explaining, Daddy's doing this for us, for our family, so that we can go on those vacations that we all enjoyed going on, right? That's really what a woman's goal is, what a woman's role is. And I think sometimes we conflate the tasks with what the job is. Every job title has its duties and responsibilities, but that doesn't mean that the what it is that they're accomplishing is strictly restricted to their duties and responsibilities. It's bigger than that.
I want to say this. We say the beginning of it high risk, but there also is high reward. We always leave out that second part for some strange YouTube reason, but high risk, high reward. And that's like a business. We could say most businesses fail. That's true. High risk, high rewards. The ones that make it, they make it big and they're great businesses. But I'm not going to say, I'm never going to start a business and have people I'm working with to start this business and make it successful because most of them fail. It doesn't make logical sense. If you don't want to do it, okay, but going on YouTube and saying how much of a risk it is, we know the risk, we know the statistics, we know the numbers. I don't think that that's why you shouldn't try something. I mean, most people are average. I'm not going to say, oh, most people are average, so I'm going to be average just because. I mean, it's your life. Choose to live it how you want, but I'm never striving for average or below average in my life. Go ahead.
All right, Bruiser, you haven't spoken on this, sir. Go ahead. Somebody in the chat said that you're finally not sitting in the dark too, so I think it's appreciated that you came to light, Bruiser.
That's because it's Sunday.
Yes, sir. Sunday. Yep. So women are beginning to come to the table with their certs, degrees, and student loans. We aren't asking you to bring these common, tangible things. I mean, these are very masculine things that we are already accommodating for. But in most cases, these women aren't willing, to quit their careers and come work for a husband part-time. So that is where men are seeing that she has nothing to bring to the table that isn't already there. I mean, the careers and degrees women are choosing rarely relates to how to be a wife or a mother. So you got to understand what a man wants in marriage and why he feels this way. Coming to the table with something intangible like delicacy, being fit, fertile, healthy, nurturing, some sense of gracefulness and being submissive, the will to set aside, your individual happiness for the sake of the family. Those are things that men are looking for whenever we come to the table. Because women are more modernized and they're more focused on their own happiness and attention and clout and all these other things. it's really hard for her to think and say, hey, look, how do I become a wife or a mother? You know, what are the things, what is the path I need to take to get there? The path they're taking to get there is all based on individualism. And when it's time to come to the table, now we got to try to revamp you. Why don't we got to try to reorganize or modify you? And a lot of times you've been passed from man to man to man, and you're eager to want to be able to do that again because you don't want to get hurt again or for something like that. But it's better off you would have took this approach before you even began dating. So it's the world we live in.
All right. Everybody had a chance to speak on it. Want to add something to it? Going once. Going twice. So, to the guy with the
my fault.
Did you have a chance to speak on it, JR?
I've been speaking the entire time.
I meant on this particular topic. I didn't know.
Yeah. Let me do what y'all do. Just start reading at the bottom. Do women don't have anything? Oh yeah. So I agree with Jay. Short and simple, short and sweet.
I agree with Jay too. Sidebar.
I think that's like one of those I didn't hear nothing. I wasn't listening. So I'm just going to just attach
I agree with Bruiser too.
I'm sorry. What was the topic?
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's too early. Shout out to Tiege, man. Make sure you guys 30% off on a free gift. That's something I do know that Tiege works. Where my box at? Hold on. It's like Christmas. This shit is everywhere, man. Feel the Tiege, man. Make sure you guys get your 30% off along with a free gift. I'm a master deflector, so y'all see how I put the props in so I can try to get away from answering the question. I'm so cold with it. I'm actually telling y'all exactly what I'm doing, and I'm still not gonna even answer the question.
I said, Larry Bird.
It's your question. Answer ours. It's your question.
I said Larry Bird, dude.
Yeah. It's getting kind of awkward for me, man. I'm starting
2
to have
dribbles and pull up 3.
Sweating.
All right, why don't you get to the meat then?
I'm really sweating my hair out and yeah. This is all new to me. It's all new to me. Let me do the sister code. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna channel another bean. I'm starting to lose, folks. But let me go ahead and get through it, man. I see y'all. I can see it, man.
Why don't you read all the super chats in your accent?
Gary Spencer says, I like this Sunday vibe. Canada. $2 artificial wounds are coming for that last deed. The Rock is $5. I like the risk balance quotes. Will you marry me? Yeah, that one. JB, brother, $4.99 says, LOL. Balancing quotes prove why we can't take women seriously on these topics. I'm pro-marriage, and that was the worst marriage defense I've heard. Urban Politics $9.99. Marriage is essential. How can you responsibly reproduce without marriage? Marriage benefits the entire community. Canada, $2 money and degrees from sliding with WS. Please. Hunting $9.99.
Maybe you can stop now. It was good. Yeah.
This is really my voice. Let me get to marriage benefits the entire family. Specifically, it brings focus to a common goal and adds protection for all where a man and woman would possibly be running the streets if they wasn't married. Canada $2 says, if the marriage is the kids, then stay. Space the Beast $9.99. I'm sorry. Please, I'm reading. Women are getting worse. However, there are still many women who add value. Unfortunately, like, why do people like, why do women always say when woman, what do they say, when woman speak, she speak? Like, why do they always say that? Is that the proper tense? Y'all
What you
know
mean?
You mean why did they say woman when they should say women?
Yeah.
Probably no family
They-
meetings.
Okay.
It's,
However,
driving and texting.
there are still many women who add value. Unfortunately, we overlook many of them because social media has made us superficial. Stop chasing the bad bit. Canada, $2 a business. These ABW are the worst. First shot, $2 says most women are like Juicidor from Love and Hip Hop. JB said I missed a couple. And MVP goes to Cam, Bruiser, and Brother Hink and Jay. JR, show me on the teddy bear what Kelly did to you. What? Show me on the teddy bear what Kelly did to you. Okay. Milton M. $20 says, Miss K, why would the husband have to hire 5 people to replace her when she's going to take the children? Cap. Put that teddy bear down, Kelly. That's it. Hold on, I'll tell you. Most women are like, I read this one already. She's gonna go get a damn teddy bear, I bet you. Yeah, with that being said, this show is just getting real awkward. It's hot. It's hot in here.
Nah, it's not hot at all, yo. I think your seat is hot. You in the hot seat.
Yeah, it's getting real hot up in here, man.
It happens, bro.
Yeah. Bruce, are you good?
Yeah. Fantastic.
What kind of bear is that? Is that a Caucasian bear?
Or baby Barry.
Oh, okay. That's a big bear. Let's go ahead and move on to the meat. It's time to get to the meat of the conversation. And we know the ladies like the meat.
Ow.
Y'all gotta give me some excitement, man. Y'all dull now. What happened?
Just the topics, babe.
It's a topic. It's a topic.
That's not a good topic.
It's an exhausting YouTube topic.
Not exhausting. I told y'all the pictures to the back end, and y'all just chose to dress in front of it. Somebody in the back chat asked, "What are you cooking, Balance?"
Lentil soup and amongst other things.
Yeah. So no oxtail.
Yeah. What's the amongst other things?
Creole spaghetti.
Hold on. What's the amongst other things? Are you over there cooking cocaine? You know, why you can't just say what you're cooking?
Even that word does not condone drug usage.
But she cooking crack. God damn. Shout out to Rick Ross.
Women who cook.
Let's go get to the meat of the conversation, which is are women programmed to think men are cheaters? Are women programmed to think men are cheaters? We're going to play this clip.
Cheat on you.
I know that you did.
How do you know this?
Because the girl you cheated with, I paid her $50 to hit on you.
Why would you pay a girl to talk to me?
Over there liking all these girls' Instagram pictures, your workout buddies with all these different girls at your gym.
I'm a trainer. I have a fitness Instagram.
I went on a date with this girl.
It wasn't a date. But I'm telling you.
She told me you guys had sex.
I'm telling you we didn't.
So are you saying she's lying?
I'm saying she's lying.
Let's find out from her.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my God.
Paula, can you tell him what you told me?
So I pretty much told her that you took me to this really fancy restaurant, and afterwards we went back to my place and hooked up.
And that he came onto you in the car and you guys were kissing?
Yes.
Yeah, see?
Why would you sit here and lie?
I lied because...
So you weren't telling the truth?
I didn't think that she deserved you, so I lied.
Oh my God.
Clearly, she doesn't value the faithful, amazing man that you are. I thought, maybe I have a chance because.
So you thought you had a chance with him, so you're trying to home wreck us so that you can be with him?
So she kind of paid someone to do it. Like, she home wrecked herself.
All right, well, there you have it. Our women programmed to think men are cheaters. I'm going to go ahead and go to Hink in the basement on this one first. What were your thoughts, sir?
Man, you sure you won't go to me first with this bullshit?
Okay, well, since you put it that way, go ahead, Nas. I'll come back to you, Hink.
Right on.
I think women are programmed to think that. I think that so often we hear men talk about how it's in their nature, how it's their right. Now, does that mean that all men are cheaters? No, I don't believe that. I think there are men who stand on their morals and laurels, and I think there are men that are honest about one woman not being enough. So I don't think that every man is a cheater, but I think women are taught to look out for those things. Every woman is taught what the signs are. If we asked every woman on the panel, I'm sure they have a list of signs that they can list off of, like, the telltale signs of how a man is cheating. I think these are ingrained not only through society and the manosphere talking points, but it's also passed down from our mothers. It's passed down from our girlfriends. I think that we aren't taught to really give a man the benefit of the doubt.
All right. Kelly Connections, what are your thoughts about it? Are women programmed to think men are cheaters?
Yes. Oh, you want more? So I think this stems again from no family meetings. I do. So my father was married to my mother, and I did not think that men cheated. I thought it was like a 1 in every 1,000 men. Like I when I would hear stories, I didn't know that it was so prevalent growing up, because my father was faithful to my mother throughout their marriage, and I've asked both of them the same question. And I thought all men were like my dad, but then I realized, oh, this happens a lot. But when I got out into the world, out of my little sheltered world, I realized this happens a lot more than I thought it did. And yes, I think that we're programmed to think that men are liars. We're programmed to think men are cheaters because that's what we see. That's what's presented to us. But if you see a different way, then you'd be programmed the opposite. So I was originally programmed to think men don't cheat. But coming out into this world, I see that it's a different programming. That's my answer.
Okay. Bruiser, what are your thoughts about it? Are women programmed to think men are cheaters?
Yeah, I think they program to think that with a number of things. I think they just program that men are just the worst at the bottom of the barrel of society. And just they're delusional though, by any means. There used to be this thing called women intuition. They used to have some type of truth to it, but it's just been replaced with delusion. And sad. That's sad that the guy got to go through that. A woman had to go take probably money out of his bank account. They go pay a woman to go in and seduce her man to validate something that she probably ain't disclosed on there. But I guarantee you, she wanted to see if he was cheating, so she probably gonna step out and be with another man, or retire herself from her role in the relationship. So I don't understand why they operate like that. If you think I'm cheating, just come to me, man. Just you want to talk about family meetings? We need to introduce that. Where was the family meeting with that? The family meeting had to be on fucking live TV with a cell phone sitting in the chair. You got an issue with me? You think I'm doing something? Come communicate with me. Ask me. Give me an opportunity to have that open communication so we can be transparent. Don't go in there and go behind my back and go pay somebody to go and spy on me or set me up. Like, how much am I worth for you to have to go and take that avenue of approach? I hope this dude ain't still with you. I don't even know. It looked like a whole setup, but if this dude is still with this girl, I wouldn't be with her. If the type of dude I am though, in this situation, if a woman did that shit to me, I wouldn't even entertain it. You think I'm cheating? You think I'm cheating? Okay, well then go ahead and move on. I don't want to even come sit down and try to figure out if I'm not going to even try to prove that I didn't. If you think that I cheated, see you later. We don't even gotta have no proof. We ain't gotta have no woman come in there and tell you that she lied. None of that. Let you think that bullshit. And I'm out. You can be out. We gone.
All right, go ahead, Cam.
Yeah, so I agree with Inez and Bruiser's points. I definitely think women need to stop, I feel like, plotting and trying to set up their men on purpose. I think it's basically a trap for you to, end your relationship. It's like self-sabotaging almost. I think that, again, we should definitely stop trying to trap them and put them in situations, that would, I don't know, bend their judgment or put them in a position to have to defend the relationship or anything like that. But I also think as women, we have to understand that when other women see that you have a good man and that you're receiving good treatment and he's treating you a certain type of way, they want him. And so clearly that girl literally just told her, I lied because, clearly you don't value your man, so I want your man. So it's like, as the woman that has the good man, we have to, be secure in our position as that woman, like, understand, like, he's with me. So again, like Bruiser was saying, I think we definitely have to, start the conversation with being more open about our insecurities, or, if you're feeling a way, I think it's, better to just bring that to your partner directly and trying to, set them up in a situation to where you're kind of like catching them in something.
I agree. And I just want to say, I agree with Bruiser as well. Like if this happened to me in a situation, you need to leave immediately, because I feel like she'll just find another way to do it again in some other way. It's just really insecure. And I talked about like having an insecure partner like that in the past, who would always accuse me of stuff and it wasn't true, and would like go through my phone and my laptop. And it was really sickening. I really couldn't stand it. So, I mean, just insecure people are going to do really strange stuff like that. So I would get rid of them immediately, because they need to work on their self-esteem and self-worth. But yes, women are predisposed to believe that men cheat. So you need a secure woman. And then, a lot of those problems won't exist. That's it.
All right. Hey, you spoke on this yet? No, you ain't spoke on it. You told me you sure you want to go first. Go ahead. What are your thoughts? I think he might be frozen. Yeah. Who haven't spoken on this? Jay, you spoke on it?
Nah, not yet. But I do think, yes, women are programmed to think that men cheat, or at least most men cheat, But I do believe as men, we are encouraged, as adolescents, young, we are encouraged to cheat. We are shamed for almost not cheating. It's like, you got one girl, I got two. Oh, you got three girls, I got four. You know what I mean? It's like a competition amongst there's a hierarchy, and it's based on females, how many females you can pull. We go to the mall, how many numbers you got, you know what I mean? So you're kind of influenced and encouraged to have an abundance in that regard. You know what I mean? And I think, as well as women are programmed to think men cheat, women are programmed to think they can take a cheater and turn them into a nigga that passed tests. That's the case as well. Like, once somebody is who they are, it's delusional to think that you're going to change them, and that's what you see a lot. A lot of this chaos, a lot of these babies, a lot of these broken relationships, situationships are somebody seeing one person and thinking that they could turn them into something else, So, I mean, but to answer the question, they are programmed.
Yeah. Everybody spoke on it?
No, I didn't speak.
Okay, go ahead, Hank. Yeah, they're coming to you. I think you got froze up, but go ahead.
All right, my bad. With just looking at this video, first of all, it's obvious this woman's got some type of insecurity about a man. Another thing is she's been talking too damn much. She can't hold water. So how did this girl even know how good of a man? It's got to be more than just what she sees on the outside. Just by outside looking in, it's got to be more than that. So that girl must be talking about her man and bragging her about her man and saying all these things in conversation and confidentiality where there is none. Because now what you're doing is you open your man up to possibly be taken. And so sound like he was a good solid dude and he wasn't on that. But yet she put the fillers out there for him to do something like that. That don't make sense to me. So I understand why these women go out and put their man out there like that. It's not for everybody to know their business, what's going on within their household or within their relationship. It's not. And so when you do stuff like that, you open them up. You really do. But as far as are women taught to cheat? Yeah. They've probably been taught that ever since a young age. And maybe it's because some of the things they've seen their mothers go through or some other family member go through, and then they try to warn them about it. We know there's some bad dudes out there. Not every dude's perfect or good or right. But guess what? For every man that cheated, there had been a woman unless he's into the same thing. But that's a different conversation.
So, Hank, I hear what you're saying, right? Because there are definitely women out there that are talking a little bit too much about their partner. But I think to this conversation about are women programmed to think that men are cheaters, I'm willing to put a lot of money on the fact that that young lady who was hired, all that man had to do was say, no, I'm not interested in going to dinner with you. I'm not interested in hanging out with you. I'm not interested, for her to assess him as a good man, right? We talk all the time about the way that women look at men is not the same way that men vet each other, right? So I don't know necessarily that young lady was talking about how good her man was. I think the fact that man stood on his morals and laurels and was faithful to his relationship was enough to qualify him as a good man, because nobody confirmed whether or not that young man went to dinner with her or went to a hotel with her and didn't cheat. She just lied about the whole thing, right? So we don't know that young lady was out here bragging about her partner. He walked the walk, and he was recognized as being a good man by walking the walk.
She said she hired a friend. That was her friend she hired. So her friend more than likely talked. Y'all women gossip. Y'all love to do it. It doesn't take much for y'all to get going. Again, I tell dudes all the time, and sit back, say a few words, and just let them talk and just listen. She talked. She's probably all, well, my man got me this for my birthday, or for Valentine's Day. He got me that. And now they sit back. Some of them who probably got a man, they probably really didn't care. They're like, oh, that's nice. But that one thirsty chick hanging in the background thinking, damn, I wish I had him. I wish he was my man. And that she said it. She sit there and said, I see how you treat him, how you talk about him, how you don't, respect him and all that. She sit there and said it doing a video. So yeah, she's been talking. Conversation's been had.
She said you don't deserve him.
Yeah.
Which is why I said it proves
you can't learn that just from the outside looking in. I can't just sit there and say a woman out there, just watching, she's a good woman. I can't unless I know some details. You got to know some details about it. And so that's the problem. She knew details. That's the reason why she felt that way.
So that $50 covered her engaging with him for a period of time to where she can get that information.
Bruce, that $50 covered that 1 month membership that she had to get to go to his gym.
Yo. Man. So let me ask you this, Hank.
Uh-huh.
You ain't gotta answer. If you knew, let's say the girl told you, like, yeah, your woman paid me to try to fuck you. Excuse my language.
Oh.
Because she think you ain't shit and she think you're a cheater. You think you would have been justified to hit it?
You've been more than justified.
You're seriously.
You've been more than justified.
You know what? Listen. I don't know how often this happens.
Let a chick do something like that. Some scandalous stuff. I'm oblige you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna send me to the wolves, you're gonna send the wolves at me. Cause what could have happened was she could have told the girl, "Hey, look, I'm glad you told me that my girl did that shit. Shit, let's go ahead and do what she expected, and we'll keep it between each other." And then when she find out that'll be messed up. That'll be messed up, though. You can't do that. We can't do that.
No, what I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave her ass and then go get with the chick.
No.
I ain't gonna be cheating because I'm gonna leave your ass at the goddamn restaurant. We're gonna sit down at Starbucks and have a conversation. Yeah, I heard what you did. I didn't like it. I didn't agree with it, but you know, that full of lets me know I can't trust you. You're not reliable. I made a bad decision by investing my time, money, energy in your sorry ass. But I'm gonna correct my mistake by leaving you right now before I get even more invested. I even think about blessing you with my last name. Hell yeah, I'm out of here. Take your trifling ass on there with them Pookies and Ray Rays. Somebody out there will knock your sorry ass down, but it won't be me.
Hello, motherfucker.
I don't see men paying men. And I could be wrong, but I don't see men out here paying men to go seduce their woman.
What the shit?
Wait, Bruiser,
You talk about
videos?
corn. That's some corny shit right there.
Wait. So I gotta call cap on that. There are so many videos where these guys set up these girls to figure out, if she's a gold digger or not. The guys with the fancy cars, the guys with, dropping this wads of cat. It happens all the time. We see it. It's showcased publicly.
So you think another dude's paying another dude to do that shit?
I don't know that they're paying, but I know it's happening.
What
I
you
never
said? You said I don't see another dude paying another dude to do that.
Right. I think these are single men that are doing these like gold digger like video traps. Not like, your actual like boyfriend or man actually paying another man while y'all are like actively in a relationship though.
I don't see the point.
I'm gonna send y'all a link. There's this whole dude that run around and make up these fake scenarios to catch women cheating. I'll send y'all a link in the back chat. It happens on a regular basis where these men are doing this to vet a woman.
Cheaters.
Do y'all think the dynamic changes, or is the person wrong if they're being set up and trapped to cheat and then they actually do it? Like, had he, like, say for instance, he did sleep with the girl, like, how do you move forward? Is she wrong for setting him up and putting him in that position, or is he wrong for cheating, period? Like, how do you, come at that?
That's a question for the ladies, right?
That's a good question.
That question for the ladies or the men?
For anyone who wants to answer it.
Go ahead, Jay.
I mean, I think you get what you pay for. You wanted to find out if he was a cheater, he cheated, and you got your answer. So, like Bruiser was saying, you bringing around deer and I'm a lion. You already know what's going to happen, and then you paying for my meal. Like, come on. It's a night out. So in that particular situation that we just saw, if he would have did it, he would have been well within his right, because you play those stupid games, what they say, you win stupid prizes. He probably didn't even have his mind on anything like that. And who knows if she disclosed, like, yo, I'm setting you up or whatever. And they had the conversation like, yo, you don't deserve her. I mean, she don't deserve you. She probably sees something in him that this other girl's taking for granted. And so who knows?
Yeah, I think he would have been, if he wanted to exercise his option, and she gave him an option to exercise. And I mean, if he's not, man, do what you do, brother. The relationship is, I think if especially if I knew it was coming to me in that way, I would knew my relationship was over. There's no way to repair a relationship like that where you actually got to send women pay women and send them at me to validate or try to verify or confirm that I'm trustworthy for you. you gonna throw some coochie at me. Like, come on, don't do that to me.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Hank.
No, I was gonna say, man, a man values respect and trust, and if you break that, yeah, there's no wins. It's hard to come back from that shit, man. It's hard to come back from that. So, ladies, please don't be out there doing that bullshit. No, you got a good man, and it's really not should be in question whether he's cheating or not. But you going out here trying to pull these tests to try to play games, because that's what you're doing. You're playing games. Don't do that bullshit, man, because it's gonna, like you said, it's gonna cost you a good dude. And then your ass will be out here on the market again, crying and complaining, talking about it's hard out here for being by myself. Well, heifer, you had somebody. You just didn't do right by her. You want to play the game that your girlfriend's probably tried. And the shit probably didn't work out good for her, yet you want to try and see if it's gonna work out good for you.
I would
He's
say
rolling the dice if you want to.
I would say
Really hard. That's got to be really hard to get a woman to do that for you, though. Like, as a lady, like, tell us, like, reveal it to us. I mean, y'all ain't got to be on Sister Code and hide all y'all secrets. Just tell us. It's got to be difficult to get a girl, some random, or maybe even your friend, to go even do that for you. Or like, are y'all really willing to do that for each other, to go scheme like that?
I don't think it's hard.
It's not.
No, because again, like, just like she got her friend to do it. Like, you can literally get a friend to do it. Like, Inez was saying, there's literally randoms, girls that are willing to do these things if you just offer it. But again, I do agree with y'all. I think it's a trap, and I think it's putting your man in a position that he shouldn't be in, So I just think it's unnecessary.
Scandalous efforts.
What I was gonna say, if real quick, my fault. If he gave her multiple reasons to feel insecure, like if there were other circumstances that loomed, and then she did this just to see what was gonna happen, I mean, that's one thing. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't go that far, but if she felt that she needed to know this for sure, that's her prerogative. But if it was just, he's never provided any inkling that he might be a cheater or he is going to cheat, never give you a reason, and you did this, then you deserve what you get.
But Jay, it sounds like the women that's sending the woman out, she's okay with her carrying out the entire act. Like, is there like a stopping point? Like, well, if he takes his drawers off, that's when you stop. Or do they go through the full? Are y'all okay with them going through the full intercourse?
So let me answer both questions at the same time. So, Jay, to what you were saying, I think that young lady's probably listening to her girlfriends way too much, because there is a certain reputation that men in that industry do have. Is it true? Absolutely not. Not all personal trainers are out here wheeling and dealing, right? Some of them are really just focused on their job. But there is a reputation. And when you get too many girlfriends and you're too easily influenced, you start to think, even though if this man has not given you cause, you start to think that, maybe he's just really good at hiding it. But at the same time, Bruiser, this is why I got so much flack in not believing the girl code, because a girl who genuinely cares about you, who's actually your friend, is not willing to do that for you. A woman who's out there standing in the wings, trying to looking for her opportunity to take your man, she's absolutely doing it for you, and she's going to see it through if that man lets her, all the way through. And then she might even tell you that no, he's a good man, stay with him, and continue to wheel and deal on her own. I don't think women who genuinely believe in the girl code aren't here moving like that. But I think women are not only terrible at vetting men, I think they're very terrible at vetting friendships as well. And so a lot of women have those women in the circles and consider them friends.
Man, you know what? This kind of scares me, but I'm not going to say I'm afraid. But is it safe to say that women also do this by having women on Instagram come to your DMs? Or even make a fake account and come into your DMs and see it? Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Yo, this is crazy.
Hey, Bruce, it's no different. It's no different. It's all in one and the same. I mean, it's God damn, man.
I'm glad I'm the man I am, because I think one of them joints. Well, that was my wife behind the picture. Lord have mercy. But I think I did everything right. I'm good. I haven't got nothing. I ain't make no mistakes.
Oh,
really? I'm for real.
Bruce, is it because you had them family meetings?
I had them family meetings, man. Busting it wide open. Well, we ain't had no problem.
I know that's right. Shout out to the family meetings.
Hello, motherfucker.
All right, y'all.
Hey, if you're having family meetings every night, you know where your spouse is.
That's not necessarily
every
true,
night.
but
Not every
okay,
night,
that sounds good.
Not every night. If you having it every night, that means you ain't doing the work right. You got to discombobulate that woman, boy. Put her down for a few days. She ain't gonna want to come back.
Marcus Evans, $2 says to the question, yes. Sir Shy, 87, $2 says HMPH Becky Chaser, Michael B. Jordan asks. Vintage, $2 says K is trying to make JR submit. Love to y'all. Do it in the video, might as well propose a threesome. Ennis, 199 says Brother Hink right on. Jonathan Barronville, 499 says men don't cheat. Black men don't cheat. Caesar Palace, Cameron. This is Enos. You guys sound like wife material. Ennis Louis 199, also member, says, wow, balance agree with Bruiser. Carrie Spencer 29 said, is that true? Once a cheater, always a cheater. You guys believe that? Just give me a yes or no.
Yes.
No.
No.
What about you, Jay?
I think you're not gonna change someone from being one if that's what they want to be.
So yours is not always. What about you, Hank? Once a cheater, always a cheater? I think Hank might be frozen. I don't agree with that. I think if somebody makes a personal choice to change, then anybody can change.
That's what Michael Jackson said, and I believe him. Probably shouldn't have used Michael Jackson. But
no, man. The Lapeef Network doesn't condone anything, by the way. And already a little. Is it? Hold on, let me ask him this. I won't say it. Me too. Who's that, Hank? Xavier Foster. Would women favor men with low body counts? What if a man had longer relationships? Marcus says, Brother Hink on Eat the Time. MVP, why do men cheat with? No, who do men cheat with? Please don't say men. Women. Men who attract other women. And they love being investigators, FBI. Marcus Evans says, after Sister Cole just rules, $10 says, that video clip was a flashback to my own past experience. The voice strange female succumbs out there, fellas. Skilled home wreckers active in their evil works. Caesar's Palace, $5 says, the CDC shows that black men are the most involved fathers, but black women still talk about deadbeat dads. Can the panel please explain why?
Go ahead, Kelly.
And why is there a single mother epidemic if the fathers are?
Because black women are sleeping with the same 20% of men that are making them baby mamas, and for some reason these low vibrational men are becoming the entire genre for black men. So that's why.
That's a hard pill to swallow.
JR, blink twice if you're okay, brother. Like paradise every day, brother.
I call that the red pill.
Like paradise. I think that's all of them, man. Unless I skip some of them. Well, panel, it's been real.
Y'all want to send us out with a church song or something?
No, I was thinking about more.
You can start it.
Yeah, go ahead, Rosa.
The presence of the Lord is here. Y'all supposed to sing it with me.
Say it again so we can do the ad-libs. Go ahead.
The presence of the Lord is here.
Yeah.
Here.
The presence of the Lord.
Hell no. We going to hell.
Were you singing a song the other day, JR? You should do that one.
What song?
Something about Look at Me. Wasn't it the song you were singing?
Hold on. What kind of song was that? Lord have mercy.
Tony or something. Wasn't that the song you were singing?
You talking about Dougie? What you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe I have it wrong.
Yeah. Probably something wrong.
I know what song it was. Give me that honey love.
No, he was singing a gospel song.
Never would have made it.
All around my church. I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine. No,
That wasn't it. No.
okay. This little light of mine.
Oh gosh.
How different.
Spirituals.
It's like one of our awkward moments. It's been real awkward today. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know because football over or what's going on.
Chicago gonna win it next year, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Especially with the stadium change. Well, I don't know if the stadium change is gonna be ready next season, but yeah, Chicago gonna do everything. They're gonna win the Super Bowl, World Cup, everything. So we're just hanging out right now, y'all. So might as well just keep it going, right?
Yeah, how about them Knicks? Man?
Why don't you drop the link? I think a few people wanted to come up.
No, we could talk about building a new Black community. Try to right there.
Wakanda?
Something better than Wakanda, man.
Let me ask you a question. Oh, what women? Well, were you about to wrap it up or? Just one question.
I can go on for another 8 hours, man. As long as the panel's okay, we can go on for another 8 hours. We can.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we could break bread and just whatever. Yeah.
No, that's all right. Break bread, JR.
Yeah,
You still got your communion cup?
I do.
Yeah, no, I'm lying, man. I
You
got
want to take communion, JR? You want to take communion?
Well, if folks want to get saved, I think it might be the best thing to do. It's have people join the army, right?
Honestly, I think everybody should join the army at least 2 to 4 years after high school. Mandatory.
I think he was talking about the Lord's Army.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I can hear Jay's question.
It's like he sent me to recruit, so.
They either got the Lord's Army, the military.
I'll be giving you a call as soon as this stream is over. So,
or the OnlyFans Army.
We can get you delivered. No, seriously, I think we should have a talk, man. I've seen some great things, man. I want you to see the light too, son.
Yeah, man. Just give me a call, brother.
Okay, Bruiser wants to be part of it too, so we'll have a call in.
Hold on, I wasn't included in the initial statement.
Well, I didn't know if he was ready. People, you got to be ready because once you come, you can't. Ain't no going back.
All right.
Okay.
I do have a dating show that I think that's gonna fail on my network.
Oh, come on, we not. See, here we go.
I think it'd do better on the Lapeef Network.
No, it was dope. I saw it, man. I saw it. Curves was on there, right?
I shared it.
Oh, is that the one Curves joined?
Yeah, she did really well on it.
Yeah.
I think over here that show will really flourish. Too many people shy on my side.
Everybody's shy, man. Nobody want to talk about love.
We do it every week.
I'm saying people don't want to be vulnerable on camera like that. So once they get up in the hot seat, they start asking those questions. Man, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
How do you make women comfortable for like coming on here? Like you see, you got you mastered it. I don't know if you used to be a womanizer or what.
Here you go.
Man, don't answer that question, JR. Don't answer that question.
Wait, what has that to do with it?
Don't worry, I already know everything.
Yes.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, it's too late now.
She knows everything.
I know. That's because you had to lay it at the altar. Ain't that right, JR?
Huh?
You had to lay your sins at the altar.
No, it ain't about sins, man. I think when you know everything, you got nothing to worry about.
No, I think when you love someone, you should love them for every part of them, the good and the bad.
Yeah, you gotta have those tough conversations.
So let me ask you this: if JR sit there and told you he was into men at one time,
no,
that's a non-negotiable.
That's a non-negotiable.
Oh, well, no, hold on now, Kelly. You got to let them for who they are, right? That's what maybe JR used to be.
No, like we wouldn't have gotten together in the very beginning.
Somebody might have just came in on the stream, and we don't want to put none of that bullshit out there. So
I got you, brother. I got you. We're gonna change the subject.
Yeah, let's go ahead and change that subject now.
That is one thing that attracted me to him. He's a very manly man. He's all man. There's no like hint of
No crying or no whining. My back.
Nah, I try to solve every problem I can, man.
he will limp in silence before he'll mention it.
But if you go to one of those little jump zone places and you try to run around with them damn kids, you're gonna learn today. Yeah,
I got a question, ladies, and y'all don't have to answer it if y'all want to. As far as dating, when you first get to meet somebody, when is it actually okay to start having sex? When do y'all feel like comfortable to start having sex? Is it after I know a lot of people used to say the 90-day rule from Steve Harvey, think like a man, or all this other stuff. Is that what people use today? I've been out of the game for a while, so I don't know. When I came out of the game, I just had enough res to, knocking wigs off.
Hey Jay, like Enon said, you want to hear your question in the back too. So whenever Bruiser gets done, make sure you say your question.
That's not a trick question.
No.
I don't think there's a I guess like socially, I don't think there's being like a time limit thrown out there specifically. Me personally, with my current relationship, we did not engage in sex until after 8 months, 6 to 8 months. So it took a minute. Yeah.
So I'm currently like single. So my needs are very much so together. That being said, kind of watching the few single friends I have left, I think it depends on how that woman categorizes that man. And I know it's an unpopular opinion, but women do see some men as just a good time and other men as husband material. The man who is a husband material will be encouraged to wait a lot longer than the guy who's just a good time.
How unfortunate.
That's good. Those are good answers. But fellas, how long do y'all make a woman wait?
It's not even a question.
That is an excellent question, Bruiser. It's all about the tease, man. It's all about the tease. So you just tease and
the tease him.
Tease.
Tease. Yeah. Shout out to Tiege though, but it's all about the tease, man. There's some power with holding out. So you're able to hit the iron a little bit better with all that energy. So you just make them wait. Just keep making them wait. You make them suffer.
But I don't know if the same can be true. I know that Hink said in the earlier panel, if she make me wait, I'm gonna wait it out, but I'm gonna go ahead and go next door. Is that the same thing with women? If we make a woman wait, is she gonna like still bust it open on the side until we ready, or they actually wait for us?
Nah, they're gonna get that rose. They're gonna get that rose, Bruiser.
So I think it depends on the caliber of woman you're dealing with. I think there are some women that will absolutely wait. No other, like, they'll wait. I think there's some women that will self-gratify in order to be able to wait. And I think there is a category of women that has their dude on the side to give the illusion that they're dating.
From a scale of 0 to 10, what is the probability of let's just say, for example, I meet a woman and I say, hey, look, I don't want to have sex. I want to take it slow and get to know you. And, I'm looking for, something greater than that. What is the probability of her waiting for 3 months for me? Is it on a scale from 0 to 10?
So if I'm honest, I think most women, that's more than 50% of women, that is going to encourage them to want to be more forward with you because that is more rare. So I think they're not going to want to wait. But I don't know if that's the caliber of woman that a man would be looking for as a wife.
Hold on. You just said if I put this stipulation out there, it's going to encourage them to want to move forward with me because of that standard.
Yep.
So and then they're not going to want to wait.
Yep.
So a man can actually use that as a way to finesse her.
Absolutely.
No, She's
Yes,
gonna
you
make
could.
you wait. She's gonna meet your standards, but the good time guy that you were speaking about is gonna be clapping them flappies while you got your little 3-month waiting scale.
I
So
get it, but
I think that's one category of women that's going to do that. But so I need you guys to understand like the programming that women are receiving, that there are either no good men out there or that they are fewer and far between or that the good ones are all taken, right? And so if you are a man that says like, listen, I want to wait, you for most women, because most women don't know how to vet properly, are categorized as a good man. And so she's going to want to lock that in as soon as possible. And because a lot of women don't understand that keeping your knees together is how you get that, she's going to want to spread her knees to lock you in. So it is a weird reverse psychology, but it unfortunately does work as game.
wow. You hear that, brothers? So if I'm the guy and I want to have sex as soon as possible, I'm going to come off as, hey, look, I want something serious. I don't want to have sex. I'm not trying to get into that. I want to get to know you. And that'll like be a reverse psychology to make her want to speed the process of getting into bed. Whoo, that's some hella game.
I also,
Okay.
I think it's important to note, you know, y'all's intentions with dating too. You know, like when we're like, for me personally, my timeline, that was, you know, I'm not, again, I lost my virginity like literally like 2 years ago. So I'm literally new to this. I don't have a high body count, you know, and again, I want to be married by 25. So I have to be intentional with my body in doing that. So I think that, you know, it has to do with the intentions of the relationship that you're trying to establish on top of the people and the woman that you're dealing with.
So what's more attractive to y'all? The 30-year-old man with a child, he's well off, or the 30-year-old man virgin?
Wait, can you say it again?
He said that the 30-year-old virgin or the 30-year-old man with a child. I'm going to be really honest and say the virgin. I'm going to tell you why. I don't have any children myself, and so I can't see myself partnering with a man who already has a child. I would like that first experience to be a shared first experience.
I agree. I don't have any children, so I want to be with someone who, you know, our first child will be our first child together in marriage, so that we can experience that together.
Fellas, a 30-year-old woman with a child or a 30-year-old virgin, female? What you got, Jay?
None of the above.
What? What about you, Hank?
Give me, you said a 30-year-old virgin or a woman with a child.
A 30-year-old a single mom or a 30-year-old virgin?
I'm gonna go with the virgin then.
Man, there's some exceptions, some exceptional people on this panel, boy. I was on a panel one day and they always want somebody who has experience. I guess that's ironic in this space right now.
I don't, but that experience doesn't necessarily mean having a child, right? Like out of the options you gave, it's either there is an additional person that's brought into the dynamic or like there's like just purity, right? It's they're two totally different extremes and there's a whole lot of distance in between those extremes.
The reason why I say it's exceptional is most women are not going for a 30-year-old virgin. They want a man that can put it down.
But we talked about how most women already have a child, right?
This is true.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So most women who have, so basically what you're saying, most women who have a child faced with this scenario, it's gonna go for the man who doesn't have a child, even if he's a virgin.
No,
Ooh.
I'm saying that the fact that you're calling us exceptions by choosing virginity because we don't have children, we're just like exceptions to what you're typically seeing. People who already have children are typically going to go with experience, even if that means coming with a child.
That's very interesting.
So
That's
a lot of
interesting.
my friends are married and They were married. They were both virgins when they got married, the man and the woman. And I don't know why that narrative is being pushed that men can't learn how to have sex. If a man's a virgin, he can still he can learn just you. There are books, there are videos, there are classes you can take to become better at sex. Why do you have to have smashed 100 women for you now to be acceptable for marriage because you're experienced? That doesn't even make sense. How do they get good? They practice. You can practice with your wife a lot. You can get really good on knowing her body alone.
So I think if we're gonna be transparent in this conversation, I think that a lot of women don't know their own bodies.
Oh,
They rely on a man who understands a woman's body to provide that pleasure. So I think that goes to why so many people prefer somebody with experience.
Again, there are
I
books,
agree with
there
that.
are Kama Sutra books, there are classes, there are sex classes that married people can take together to
but
learn how to
wouldn't a
have sex.
man be shamed as a virgin going into a sex class? Wouldn't everybody look at him and laugh at him?
Not if everybody's there for the same reason. They have these classes in church. I know you guys don't believe in
I'm gonna hink JB Prince,
biblical
Big
way.
Fat Funny. If a 30-year-old man got on this panel and was a virgin, what would be your first thought in your mind? He ain't doing something right, right?
No, there is a guy that is in the YouTube streets that is a virgin. And he said a lot of women come at him. A lot of women do.
Bruiser, should we change that narrative though?
Yeah, I mean, what would we change it to?
Well, I mean, at least
Because
like
the
how other
narrative is women don't have any standards or requirements to give it up. And the fact that you go this X amount of years and not able to get any could mean only maybe one or two things, maybe like that you got a really serious religion, or you just I don't even know. Like I don't know.
So I know a lot of people on this panel tend to be Christian, but as a Muslim, the way that we look at that is a little bit different, right? The man who maintains his virginity until marriage, that's the man who is entitled to having a virgin as a wife. So pure for the pure and the wretched are for the wretched. So if you are a man who is out here sowing your seed, then you're within your rights to choose who you like. But if we're going to be strict on religion, then you should be choosing a woman who's out here just like you are. So I think that it depends on the faith that you have. It depends on how you respect a man who's exercising his right to wait until marriage. And I think it also, more than anything else, is a testament to how much that woman respects herself, whether she views that man as weak or strong.
But y'all would laugh at him if he's a 30-year-old virgin and he's got a little pecker and he wanted to wait. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what are the insecurities.
That's like an added layer. You didn't say that in the beginning.
Okay, so
now we're adding the penis size.
Yeah,
so
but,
we got to
but
be
if he's a
honest.
virgin,
Y'all want a man
y'all wouldn't know. Y'all wouldn't know what his penis size is unless he displayed that to you guys.
So y'all saying
You
y'all
wouldn't know
wouldn't laugh?
it to say wedding night.
You wouldn't laugh on your wedding, on your honeymoon, that you come to find out the real reason this 30-year-old man is a virgin is because his Johnson is very small. You telling me you wouldn't?
The Bruiser.
Go ahead.
Like, are we pretending there are men out there who aren't as well endowed that are just like, in everything that they're able to? Like, I don't know what size really matters on whether you maintain yourself or not. It like there's both. They both exist.
So size don't matter.
Well, I mean, and even too, like if you look at the numbers that they say the average.
Hell, why you say, okay? Say why you don't say, but let her answer the question. I'm curious.
I didn't say that size doesn't matter, right? I think that realistically it does, especially as a woman who is anticipating having children and understanding how a woman's body changes after children. Size does matter. I don't think we should pretend like it doesn't. That being said, skill set also matters, right? Like you can't. I'm not comfortable being really graphic, but yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there.
Plus, the beauty of a woman being a virgin as well is she won't have another penis to compare her virgin husband to.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
this is
you
the only penis she's ever
Kelly.
seen,
Come on,
and
Kelly.
this pecker, small pecker, looks big to her because she doesn't
Kelly.
have the other
She gonna
penises.
compare it to that dildo she been using.
You know, everyone doesn't do that.
Oh, okay.
So
Wow.
hold on. Did you just say every woman don't have a sex toy?
I don't.
So what is the age? Okay, so is it safe to say once you get at least 25 to 30 years old, 90% of women gonna have a sex toy? Is it true or false?
I think it should be true. To like Inez's point about the like, I think a lot of women don't know their bodies, and that's part of the issue as to why you know, most women say they're not being pleased in sex, is because, you know, most women have never even made their own selves orgasm. So if you can't make yourself orgasm, how do you expect to, you know, teach a man or your partner how to do these things for you if you yourself don't know how to do these things for you? So I think
learn together.
Right, but you have to learn first your body first, because you can't tell somebody anything about your body if you don't know it yourself, right?
No,
So, I think there's
Inez, I don't know what they in Islam. Is it okay to self-gratify? Is that
no.
I know it's not biblical, so I don't know if it's
So self-gratification is not permitted. However, toys are permitted within a marriage as long as it's not penetrated. So you can still incorporate toys between a husband and a wife. But
So
I'm
the
not
rose
a
is
religion
okay.
that talk about toys.
So the rose is okay because it's not penetrating. It's on the outside.
What kind of Bible is that? They got the toys in there?
So there are like a council of like religious scholars that rule on more modern issues based on their understanding of the scriptures. And I don't know if it's, anyways. I don't know that like 90% is accurate. I think there is a decent enough amount of women who are more religiously based or understand shame or don't have privacy. So I think maybe 75 to 80. I think the number's still high. I think it is the majority of women that have toys and self-indulge in toys. I don't think it's quite 90%. I think that feels a little bit too high.
Is it safe to say y'all common hiding places under the bed for the toy?
What are these questions going, Bruce?
I'm gonna go ahead and get to these super chats when we get up out of
Shout
here.
out to the night man shit.
$5 said, if you are married, would it still be okay to go to your boy's bachelor party with naked strippers there? Hink and Rosa, if you're married, is it still okay to go to the bachelor party?
If you're married, is it bachelor party? No, hell no. I'm not going to that.
No.
Big at 11, $10 says, what I want to know is who ran Hink out the basement. 60 pounds, $5 said, should a guy wait 8 months paying majority of the bills on dates for a woman that could turn around and say you're not my type on the 7th?
I don't think you should be paying bills for any girlfriend, and I think that's another issue with women expecting certain things out of men, is men that are paying the bills for women that they're not exclusively with or, you know, in a relationship with. That doesn't make any sense to pay bills for a woman that you're not committed to.
Okay. All right. And it says JR Bruiser's taking your job. This is E9 says women can't tell if a man is a virgin.
So look, it's not, and Miss K Kamen. Is that how you pronounce your name? I'm sorry.
Cam or Cameron?
Cameron. Okay. Would y'all marry a man who has kids?
Me personally, no.
Oh.
But it's because I don't have any. So I want, again, like I said, I want our first child to be ours after marriage.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit older than Cameron. I would be willing to negotiate, but that bar would be set that much higher. That bar would be set much higher for a man that already is coming into a marriage with a child.
That's what's up.
Yeah, some come through. AL $5 says, ladies, what if you're married and find out your drafts aren't aligned? He wants it every 3 months and you want it 3 times a day. How do you handle it?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think I think that's something you should establish pre-marriage. I think sex drive is important to match, which is another reason I think, there's a lot of married women that, say, their husbands want it a lot and they don't want it, or they think sex is a chore. So I think it's important to establish y'all's sexual energies with each other early on, or after y'all start to have sex, so that you're not put in a position where you're literally in a lifelong marriage with somebody that you can't that you don't enjoy having sex with, or that you can't match the energy with. So I think that is something like both people should disclose openly about their drive and their sex drive and what they expect.
So my father was a pastor, and he used to counsel people before they got married, and all these questions you had to be counseled 3 months before he would marry you, before he would perform the ceremony. So if you didn't do the 3-month course, and a lot of these conversations are supposed to be had within counseling before marriage. So you should know your sex drives, even if you're not having sex. You should know it based on the counseling.
You practice before you get married,
or you can talk about it. Like, you don't have to perform the act. You can have a conversation.
Oh man.
For me, it's a little bit different because typically men have naturally high sex drives, and so if he doesn't, there's usually some a very short list of factors, right? So 1, physical attraction. You need to have that conversation and be honest. 2, diet and exercise. You need to be very honest. 3 is hormones, right? And so somebody who does study herbalism, like that, I'm ready to have any of those conversations. The last part, again, coming from a slightly different perspective as being a Muslim woman, we often talk about how Muslim women are not allowed to say no to sex within a marriage, with very few exceptions. That rule applies to both sexes. So a man is not allowed to say no to his wife either. He's not fulfilling her rights. And so it does become a very serious issue where we do need to work together to resolve that, and find something that works for both parties.
All right. We're going to go ahead and conclude this. I just want to say thank the panel. Make sure you guys follow everybody on the individual platforms. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe on your way out. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Do we have some more? I think that might have been all the super chats. Thank everybody that's donated to the channel. Make sure you guys also follow the Lapeef Experience. That's where you'll find Kelly Connections on Bridging the Gap as well on Wednesdays. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here. Appreciate you, family. Happy Sunday to all. And, we out.
That's the name.